Damas y caballeros, sean
Ladies
todos
and
ustedes
gentlemen,
bienvenidos. Muy buenos días a
welcome,
esta tercera y última
good
jornada de la
morning, and
segunda
welcome to this
convención agrominera
this third
Agromin
day of the
2021
second convention Agromin
Queremos agradecerles a
2021
todos los
virtual
presentes
platform.
que se
We
encuentran
would like to
conectados
greet
desde las
everyone who is
diferentes
connected
zonas y
from
regiones del Perú,
different regions of
también
Peru,
desde
as
distintos
well as
países
from
a
several
través de la
countries
plataforma
through
de
the
Agromin.
Agromin
Luego de la
platform.
jornada de ayer en la que
After
hemos tenido la
yesterday's day,
oportunidad
where
de
we had the
escuchar a los
opportunity
profesionales
to listen to
peruvianos
outstanding
que
Peruvian
han
and foreign
compartido con nosotros
professionals
sus
who have
experiencias,
shared
sus
with us
expectativas
their experiences and
económicas, los
expectations
interesantes temas que se han
regarding the very
planteado a
interesting
lo largo
topics
de la
that were
jornada. En
discussed
todos los
during
bloques
the
hemos
day.
llegado a
In
la
all the blogs,
conclusión que se ha
we reached
tratado de
the
temas muy
conclusion that
importantes
they were
y
very important
sumamente
topics
necesarios
and
en la
extremely
realidad del Perú,
necessary
que
in the
tal vez
Peruvian
deberían
reality
realizarse
that
eventos
may
en un futuro cercano para
they should
abordar
organize
cada
more
uno
events
de
in
estos
the
temas
near
que son
future to elaborate
fundamentales.
on each one of these
En el día de
fundamental
hoy
topics.
tendremos un gran
Today,
tema,
we are going to have
son
a
las
very
condiciones para
interesting
el
topic,
desarrollo
the
del Perú
conditions
a
for Peru's
partir de
development,
agro y
the
minería.
agro
Esta
mining
mañana
proposal.
tendremos el
This
subtema
morning, we're
Inversión
going to
y
have
uso de recursos
investment
generados.
and use
Pero
of
antes
generated
de dar
resources.
inicio al
But
primer bloque,
before,
nos gustaría
we would
agradecer
like to
a
thank
los
the
auspiciadores, que son los
sponsors
que nos
that
acompañan
are who accompany
durante
us
este evento tan
during
importante,
this very
como
important
son
event,
patrocinador
such
Southern Peru
as
Copper Corporation,
Southern Peru Copper Corporation,
Sucursal Perú, auspiciantes
Branch
Sociedad Minera
Peru,
Cerro Verde,
sponsor Sociedad Minera
colaboradores
Cerro Verde,
ADAS, Asociación por el
collaborators
Desarrollo
are PAS,
Agropecuario
Association
Sostenible,
for Sustainable
Agrominera
Agricultural
Operación
Development,
S.A.,
Poderosa
Consorcio
Mining,
de Huancavelica,
Energy
la
Consortium of
Compañía Mineral
Huancavelica,
Buenaventura,
Buenaventura
Embajada
Mines,
Británica,
British
Ferreyros
Embassy,
S.A.,
Raiders,
Perusac,
Happy Peru,
IPESA SAC,
IPESA SAC,
Matusan Yellowcake SAC,
Matusan Yellow
American
SAC,
Lithium,
American Lithium,
Minsac,
Minsur,
Montali S.A., Minera
Montali,
Yanacocha S.R.L.
Yanacocha Mining,
Compañía Minera Antamina
Newmont, and
S.A.
Tamina
Asimismo,
Company.
queremos agradecer
Likewise, we would like
especialmente el
to
apoyo
especially
de los
thank the
colaboradores
support
junior,
from
en
our
este
junior
caso la
collaborators,
CIMA,
Goldfields,
MMG
ASIMA,
Bambas,
MNG,
Pan American
Bambas,
Silver Perú
Pan
SAC,
American Silver
Resemin
Peru SAC,
S.A. y Minera
Resemin, and
Boro
Boro
Mixquichilca
Mining
S.A. Queremos
Skichilca.
agradecerles muy
We want to
especialmente
thank you
el apoyo.
especially for
Y
your
antes de
support.
iniciar el primer
And
bloque,
before we
también
begin
queremos
the first
recordar a
block,
todos
we would
ustedes
like to
que durante estas
reiterate
3 jornadas
that
estamos
during
contando con
these 3 days,
traducción
we have simultaneous
simultánea.
interpretation
Al
to
ingresar a la
English
sala
and
principal,
Quechua.
ustedes pueden
When
seleccionar el
you
botón
access the
Hablar
main
y
room, you can
escuchar
select
todas
Entrar,
las
so you will
exposiciones
listen to the
en idioma
presentations
castellano.
in
Si
Spanish.
seleccionan el botón
If
que
you
dice
select
Enter, pueden
Enter,
escuchar
you
las
can hear the
presentaciones en
presentations
inglés.
in
O
English.
si
And if
seleccionan
you
el botón
select
que dice Yaikui, estarán
Yaiku,
escuchando
you will be
todas las
listening to all
exposiciones
the
en
presentations
idioma
in
quechua.
Quechua.
Tengo otro anuncio para
I have
todos ustedes.
another
Saben que
announcement for all
ustedes
of
saben que
you.
tenemos
You
una
know that we
feria o
have
exhibición.
an exhibit
En esta feria
fair,
o exhibición tendremos
and
algunas
here we will
actividades el
have
día de
some
hoy.
activities
Ustedes tienen
that I
que
would like to share with
anotarse.
you.
En el stand de
In the
Ferreiros
stand
a
of
las
the
10 de
Raiders
la mañana
at
el
10
día de
a.m.
hoy
today,
habrá una presentación
there
del
will be a
tractor Narcis
presentation of
Ferguson Serie
Nancy
Global. Para
Ferguson
todos
Global
aquellos
Series
que preparan la
tractors. For all
presentación de
who
los
want to
tractores,
participate
tienen
in the
que
presentation of
anotarse
the
en el stand
tractors,
de
you have to
Ferreiros.
register
Esto
at the
será a las
stand
10
of
de
the
la mañana.
Raiders. This will
Otra
be at 10
actividad
p.m.
será
Another
en
activity
IPESA.
will take place at
Va a
IPESO's
haber otra
stand. There
presentación
will
a
be
las
another
11 de la
presentation
mañana
at
sobre
11
las
a.m.
especificaciones del
on the
tractor
specifications of
5090E.
tractor
Esto va a ser a las
5090P.
11 de la
This
mañana
will
en el
take
stand de
place at
IPESA.
11
Y a las
a.m.
4 de la
and at
tarde,
4
en el stand
p.m.
del Museo
in
de
the
Agua
stand
y
of the
Tierra va
Museum
a haber
of
una
Water
visita
and
guiada
Earth,
al
there will
museo.
be a
Esta va
virtual
a ser una
visit to
visita
the museum.
interactiva. Esto
It
va a ser
will
a
be
las
an
4 de la
interactive
tarde.
visit at
Para
4
participar
p.m.
de cualquiera de
To
estas
participate
actividades,
of any
ustedes
of
tienen
these
que
activities,
previamente
you have
inscribirse.
to
Recuerden, a
register
las
in
10
advance.
de la mañana
The
está
Raiders
IPESA a
at
las
10
11 de la
a.m.
mañana
because
y a las 4 de
at
la tarde
11
Museo de
a.m. and
Agua
4
y Tierra.
p.m. the
Estas serán las
Museum of
actividades
Water and
programadas para
Air.
el día de hoy.
These are the
Están
activities
todos invitados
scheduled
para
for
que
today.
ustedes
You
puedan
are
anotarse y participar
invited so
de
you
estas
can
actividades
register
que
and
nos ofrecen algunos
participate
de
in
los
these
stands en
activities
esta feria
offered by some
exhibición
of the
como
stands in
parte de
this
la segunda
exhibit fair
convención
within the
agrominera
framework
en
of the second
plataforma.
convention
Ahora sí vamos a
Agromining
iniciar
Now we're going to start the first block, investments for development. The moderator is Engineer Rómulo Mucho, President of Agromin, Peru. Good morning, Engineer Mucho. Kindly turn on your microphone. Good morning.
Nuevamente para iniciar esta última jornada.
We're going to begin the last day work. We are very pleased this morning, starting the third day of this convention with a very important topic, which is investments for development. There is no magic formula that will bring a progress. It is only investment, private and public investment, not only for Peru, but for all the countries all over the world. Investments inject the money and give the value and generate employment. And this generates taxes, money for the state, and that is used to close the gaps, to execute works. Therefore, it is very important. So this morning, we're going to listen to specialist experts who will share with us their experience and their knowledge of how to draw investments, how this investment can become a progress, and also the mechanisms involved. This morning, we have 3 speakers and 2 panel members. I'm going to read the background of our distinguished guest this morning. Fernando Bravo. He's the director of the Office of Goldman Sachs in Lima, in charge of primary coverage for clients in Colombia. He's also director of infrastructure of the company in Latin America, identifying strategic and financial clients. He was a member of emerging markets, leading the effort to develop relationships with Peruvian institutional clients. He was the head of funding within the group of funding for Latin America. He has an MBA from the Wharton School since 2013. Ivan is an economist and mechanic engineer of UNI, MBA in economy of the Mediterranean University in France. He studied in University del Pacífico de Piura and the Applied Sciences and the Catholic University of Peru. He has participated in several courses and international seminars organized by the International Monetary Fund, Bank of Spain, Sendra, Ministry of Finances of Brazil, and at present he is the sub-manager of macroeconomic issues from the Central Reserve Bank of Peru, Marcelo de Andrade. Marcelo has more than 35 years of experience working in social economic development and implementation of corporate and governmental and non-governmental projects. He's a doctor, he is also an Olympic sports participant, and he made the first contact with environmental issues caused by the non-sustainable development. He then developed the model of Pro Natura as an institution that combines economic growth with human development and life quality. Dr. Marcelo de Andrade, he's also involved in the investment sector for private capital for 30 years, and he works in one of the largest firms of private capital, working on sustainable investments. The panel members, we have Marco Vinelli. He's an economist with an MBA and also in finances, expert in the agro-industrial sector with more than 15 years of experience, general management, public and private sector, implementation and execution of business plans, strategic plans, and the management of planning and budget, director of investment projects. He has designed and created private investment funds for the agricultural sector. He's a professor of the MBA at the University of San, founder partner of companies in the agricultural sector, blackberries, avocados, and at present he's working he is general manager of Alpo for agro export. Adam Williams, he's a Peruvian economist, graduated from San Marcos University, MBA in globalization and economic development in Belgium, MBA, University of Pacifico. He has 15 years of experience in private sectors. He was an advisor of the Secretariat of the Prime Minister Office, General Director of Knowledge at SET4, Technical Coordinator of the Business Council of the Pacific Alliance, Vice Director of Concitec, and advisor to the General Director of Policies and Investments at the Ministry of Economy and Finances. He also was an official at the IDB, UNESCO, and at present he is the CEO of Profonampe. Well, friends, as we can see, I made a brief summary of the background of our participants, and now we are at learn the knowledge, recommendations, and the experience from them. This event has the main purpose to know the topics that we are discussing to be better prepared. So this will bring us more progress to our companies and obviously to the country. Thank you. We are going to begin with Fernando Bravo. Fernando, you have 25 minutes. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Romulo, thank you very much. And thank you to Agromin for the invitation. I'll try to be brief and then I will give a space for questions and answers. This panel talks about investments for development. I just wanted to begin with an example. The picture you see here is the port of containers in Paita, in the north of Peru. In the bank where I work, Goldman Sachs, we had financed this project several years ago, but I think it is an interesting example to begin with because obviously it is a strategic project for the development of the country, in particular the north of the country. It has a significant impact.
Incluyendo el sector agrícola, muchos de los productos que
many of the projects of the products produced in the north of the country, in Olmos and Piura, are exported through this port. And also because it was a project that faced many challenges, and it was a rather large project. The funding was more than $120 million, including the private and public investment. That was a 30-year concession, and it was a concession that was not co-funded. It did not have support from the government. It was supported by the revenues at the port. Regarding the challenges that we faced, and I think some of the challenges still prevail at present, this project was granted in 2009, 2010, 2011 with Humala government. There was some uncertainty on the ports, and there were some concerns about potential statization, but with some measures that gave a little bit more of transparency, in 2013, we were able to finish this funding, $120 million to 25 years. And as I said before, fully supported only with the port flows. It was not considered an investment project, but We found the demand from local institutions, the pension funds participate as well, and also international investors, more or less in a percentage of 50-50, if we were able to finance it. I think the lesson there is clearly the strategic projects for the development of the country will face several challenges, uncertainty, volatility, like we see it at present circumstances. However, the message and the point I will try to convey to you in this presentation is that for well-structured projects with the proper support from public and private agents, we believe that they can be implemented and there will be room for funding not only at local level but internationally, not only from public sources but also from private sources. If we could move to the next slide. To give you my perspective, I am Peruvian, but I left Peru to study, and I have been working for 18 years in Goldman Sachs. It's a global investment bank. Until this year, with base in New York, I had a chance to go back to Peru this year. We opened an office in Peru, covering the Andean region, Peru and Colombia, and I keep the role that I have had of leading the effort of funding in the infrastructure sector in the region. My perspective is, because I am Peruvian and coming back to the country, I'm very happy I did it, but with the perspective of an investor and international capital. And I thought it was important, given that private investment is fundamental for development. It is an objective topic to fund development and to increase the potential of the country. We need the support from public funds, but most from the private investment. So I just wanted to comment some topics in this presentation. The first one is, what is the vision of the private investment and the international investment about Peru, and what are the variables that they care more about at the macroeconomic and political level, but also in terms of specific projects? And I just wanted to look whether in these circumstances, is it attractive to invest in Peru? I would say maybe because of recent events and the political uncertainty, maybe there would be some doubt about the appetite. And this is what I'm going to try to highlight during this presentation, is that we consider that there is still appetite from private sources, international sources. I will give you some examples, and I think that in the present circumstances, where there are rates at the global level historically very low, and there is a level of liquidity that is benefiting investments in the region, we believe that it is a good time for investing in the proper sectors and projects. I think if the agricultural and mining sectors are fundamental for the development of the country, and we still see the interest and the appetite from the investors. Next slide, please. Looking at from the perspective of the international investor to fund many of these projects, I think we need not only local and international sources. What are the variables that are more fundamental for the investors that are going to invest in the country? Obviously, and this is rather well known, but from the perspective country, the regulatory framework, the political circumstances, clear rules of the game that are transparent, that protect, but also promote public and private investment. That is fundamental. Obviously, for an international investor who has the option to place the funds in different regions. Obviously, the macroeconomic variables are fundamental, although there has been some fluctuation in the exchange rate. I think that if we see it in the context within the region, Peru is still, from the macroeconomic and fiscal point of view, one of the best economies in the region. The country risk, it's one of the lowest with Chile and Uruguay. So I think that this is a strength that the country still has, regardless the COVID crisis, and I think that it is fundamental to try to maintain it. So the measures of the central government with the fiscal discipline, the new director of the central bank, with a responsible policy in macroeconomy, that is fundamental for any type of investments in the country. A last comment, in terms of the sectors, based on my experience, many of the examples that I will give you are more related to the infrastructure sector, but obviously it is a cross-cutting variable. Logistical aspects and transportation and infrastructure have an impact on many of the priority sectors, including agriculture and mining. But if I had to leave you a message on this presentation, is that the topics related is what it is related to the ESG, the environmental, social, and governance topics, which is a fundamental topic for all the world. I will tell you in more detail in the next transparencies, but I think that Latin America and Peru in particular is very well positioned to benefit from investments with this environmental or social aspect, trying to support climate change and decarbonization and so on and so forth. Next, please. I just wanted to comment, having lived most of my professional life out of Peru, this is something that is very common in Latin America. But in Peru, sometimes we see the contrast between the international vision and the local vision. For instance, recently, we were discussing this with our money table in New York. A lot of appetite to invest in the country. The Republic of Peru could issue some bonds in dollars and euros almost in 1 week. And on the crisis, there is a high demand, regardless the fact that locally there have been some news that created some uncertainty. And the point here is, even if there is uncertainty in the local environment, that has a negative weight, and we have to keep the perspective. And I think if some of the variables are maintained in the conditions that I mentioned before, there are still opportunities to invest in attractive products. Next, please. Well, I will be very brief, but basically, investments for development, countries like Peru and emerging countries still have a gap in infrastructure, which is rather significant. And it is not unusual that an important approach trying to develop programs of public works, private works, PPPs, G2Gs, trying to close this gap. Next, please. Here we can explain this. I think that there are still suitable conditions to develop strategic projects in infrastructure, and as I mentioned before, to support topics of the environment. From the offer, if you want, or the supply, there is a gap of infrastructure that I mentioned, there is a need, and the benefits of these projects that not only have an impact on the development of several sectors, but also in the generation of employment, and especially in the post-COVID environment. We see many of these infrastructure projects as a measure that could become very important for growth. On the demand side, and we see this globally, many of these projects, especially if they are well structured or if they have a government direct or indirect support, they are very attractive for the financial and strategic capital because they are a source of resources in the long term. In most cases, with stable flows, in most cases, they generate returns that exceed the investment expectations, like sovereign bonds. So we see it as a win-win, and I will elaborate on this, but in particular on the topics of ESG and projects that support decarbonization and the inclusion and social development. There is high appetite from several forces. So there we're going to talk about some examples. I think some they can be replicated in the country. Next, please. This is just to reinforce the topic that this is not specific to Peru. Many of the Latin American countries in recent years have launched programs, very ambitious programs to fund projects in infrastructure, and in many cases, given that the amounts are rather significant and they cannot be funded only by the central government, they use the mechanism of concession, the PPPs, and Peru was one of the pioneers, and maybe now there has been a little bit more of delay in some of the projects that we are going to talk about, the strategic projects that are going to be relaunched from Pro Inversión and other government entities. Next, please. On the topics of ESG, environmental, social, and governance, it is very impressive to see the importance and the increase in the funds allocated to governments, policies, and corporations and multinational companies that are implementing to deal with this topic. Basically, it is a very broad topic. If we analyze the ESG, it is not only specific to environmental issues, but also it includes social issues, inclusion, development, and also governance, corporate governance. And we see initiatives globally and in particular in Latin America, initiatives that are very, very important facing these topics. There is a variable that I think is very important in most of the countries, and global corporations are following some of the guidelines of the Paris Treaty and recently COP26, trying to get the commitment to goals to carbon emission reduction. So I think, and the way we see it, this topic, how it develops, the developed countries and countries like Peru are particularly in a position of advantage to use the funds from biodiversity that the country has, from the perspective of natural resources that the country has. I think we see a significant increase in international funds looking for this type of investments. I give you two examples. First, there is a high approach for reforestation in the Peruvian Amazon, agricultural topics that include the development of small farmers to issue carbon credits through natural ways. So I think this is a topic which is rather new, but with significant potential. Next, please. Here, just to reinforce the point that globally we see an exponential increase in this type of funds dedicated to this type of initiatives and strategies. I would say, if we see as an example the equity and debt issues in the capital markets, there is an emphasis or an approach on ESG. More than 50% of bonds in Latin America already have some social components. In Peru, the recent issues of the Republic of Peru included the first social bonds. We see private investors making green bonds with some metrics, with the milestones of carbon reduction or improving the energy use. The rates will be reduced, just to highlight the importance, the increasing importance of this type of topics. Next. Here, well, very quickly, but this is just to show you some variables in the capital markets. Basically, the only point I would like to mention is that we see that companies listed at the stock exchange globally in the United States and Europe have implemented policies of ESG, which are very specific, and they are having a positive impact in the valuation and in the price of the shares. Next, please. Here, just some examples about from the actions that we have mentioned. This is, I will just mention many of these are of values and international companies, many in the agricultural sector and in different parts of the value chain. But I think what we see here with specific implications in the country, a lot of capital, international capital that is looking for investments in the sector, but also that investments will have this seal of ESG. For example, we see some projects, agricultural projects in Peru with international parties. Some of the importers of avocados, asparagus, and blackberries from Peru, they are considering how to expand and trying to encourage the development of small farmers and the development of communities that, if they are certified, they can generate carbon credits and leverage from the flow of funds. Next, please. I just wanted to finish taking you to the Peruvian specific environment. Here we have a summary of the portfolio of projects of Proinversión. Just to make some brief comments. Some projects have already been relaunched post-COVID, the hospitals in Piura and Chimbote. We have several international clients that are accompanying that project. There are projects of water treatment like Separes. Some of them have already been published and they are under execution. Some are going to be granted and they are awarded, and many companies are looking for this type of projects that have a direct impact, especially in agriculture. Next, please. Here, I included some of the projects that have already been awarded, but for different reasons, they were in execution or they were in the process to begin. And here we have seen with good eyes the declarations of Minister Franke, where some projects that obviously faced some challenges, some faced some problems in the past, but there are some strategic projects that I think that with a little determination from the public sector and coordination with the private agents, I think they could be unlocked and they could cause an impact on the growth and on the development. To give you an example, Chavimochic is a project that has been shut down due to corruption, other breach. And we have investors at an international level who do not only have the interest to develop this project from the dam and the irrigation perspective, but also to make it a comprehensive project with ESG, with the development of small farmers, certification and creation of carbon bonds, projects that could require investments of millions of dollars that could have an impact in the development of the communities, which is very important. Next, please. I will leave you with two examples of transactions where we participated in the region, and I think they could be applicable to this conversation and to Peru especially. Colombia, some years ago, launched a program that was very ambitious for roads for the fourth generation. And I think Colombia, even more than Peru, has the problem of underinvestment in the sector. But the geography of Colombia, there were problems that had an impact on the economic development. Finally, they got a program of thousands million dollars, starting with the key blocks, regulatory change. There was a centralized authority that could look at this project. They gave long-term concessions with the support from the government, not only budget support, but they were always they were all able to finance this project for roads in 5 years, and now they are about to launch the fifth generation of transportation projects with an expansion to ports and other areas. And we had the possibility to fund 4 of these projects in international capital markets, in local currency, and also in US dollars. And the last one, please. A recent example. 2 weeks ago, we closed a funding in Brazil with a company called Smart Luz. This is a funding in the long term in local currency, in the reales from Brazil that was financed internationally for a concession to replace all the street lights in the city of Rio de Janeiro, basically to make it socially responsible for the topics of ESG that I mentioned. The structure had a guarantee of a DFC, which is an US agency very much interested to fund these projects. And finally, we got the funds in the long term to develop a strategic project that not only has a direct impact that provides many benefits to the community. There are tangible statistics in the reduction of crime because of the street lights. And so I just wanted to leave you with these examples of using engineering and financing to draw funds from abroad to fund strategic projects and finally develop the support the development of the country. Next. Well, to thank you once again. It was a pleasure to be with you, and I am open to any questions that you may have.
Excelente, Fernando. La verdad que
Thank you, Fernando. Goldman Sachs for us is quite important. We know how you work at international levels, and it's probably one of the largest companies working on the sector. So we're always following the news and work. So thank you, Fernando, for your time and for your presentation and for sharing all these interesting topics that we need to cover. I think there's so many things that we can invest here in Peru. We definitely need trust and public policies that allow more investment, but definitely there's so much room for investment. There are more than 3,000 investment projects that are paralyzed, as the controllership said. And we definitely need to look for trying to activate those so that we can create more employment at the regional and local government. Well, now I'll give the floor to Ivan Aldave. Thank you, Mr. Mucho. For the bank, the BCRP, it's always a pleasure to be participating in this type of events that you kindly organize. Let me just share my screen for a minute. I don't know whether you can see it now.
No la vemos todavía.
Not yet.
Ahora sí la vemos perfectamente. Lo invitamos
Now
a en pantalla completa.
we can see it. Maybe you can share full screen.
Gracias.
You can start. Thank you. Thank you very much. This will be a brief presentation. It has a macroeconomic approach, and I'll touch upon one aspect in between investment and economic activity, in this case, investment and economic growth. Three main topics: lessons learned from the past, forecasts we are currently managing, and recent indicators that will give us the opportunity to look at what we're expecting looking ahead. Excluding the results from 2020 related to the COVID-19 pandemic, we see that growth rates of GDP since the first decade of this century until 2019 are among the highest in the past 70 years. You see as an annual growth 5.5, and you have, as you can see, minus 11% in 2022. But if we go back to historical data by the 50s, we started with high rates of GDP, and I will be commenting on the specific factors that influence those rates. So we were growing at the 5.5% rate. In the 60s, we still grew, and it got up to negative rates in the 80s, minus 1%, and slowly we recover in the 90s with the structural changes and the recovery of the economy after the crisis of the 80s. On inflation, likewise, in the past 2 decades, we've seen not the lowest levels of the past 50 years, which coincides with the goals to control inflation by the central bank between 2020 to this date. We got, or we are in the range that is set as a goal for the bank. If we look at the different economic sectors, specifically those related to this conference, mining and agriculture, we see an acceleration of growth of GDP for agriculture and also for the mining sector, but that already had previous positive rates. On agriculture between the 50s and 90s, the rate was 1.9 and it got up to 4.1% until 2019. Basically, crops mostly oriented towards exports, which was not included in our national ranking. Let's say the blueberries, by 2020, we become the first producers, or sorry, exporters of blueberries, the avocado. We are third exporters, grapes. We are also ranked in the third place. Mango fourth. So we have increased the ranking position on world exports. Just the four main products for export. And in the case of ores, likewise, we have seen growth. We were already growing at a 4% annual rate previous to the 90s, so in between the 50s and 90s, and we got up to 4%, and we are second large producers of copper worldwide, and zinc and gold are also other important ore we produce. We look at the evolution of the mining and agricultural production. We can see an interesting profile since on the case of agricultural produce, especially in the 70s, we were growing at a moderate level. We have 2.3, 3.4. We even get up to 0 in the 70s with a slight recovery in 1.8 in the 80s. But in the 90s, due to what I just mentioned, we grew 5.1%, 3.5 in the first decade of the century, and 3.6 in the second part of this century. In the case of ores, our mining tradition shows increases since the very beginning. In the 50s, we were growing 9%. In the 80s, we experienced this fall, a strong fall up to 4%. And from the 90s onward, we recover. We could probably discuss on what are the causes and connections in between growth and private investment. But investments definitely have a strong impact in the economic growth because it increases the production capacity of our economy. In between investment and global activity of an economy, there is a strong link. Again, if we look at the historical data, why do I always share data from the 50s, you may wonder? Because we started counting and collecting official historical data since those dates. And this could be found from those decades. But basically, private investment follows a similar trend to the one we saw on the GDP and both mining and agricultural rates. You see that we had the first growth in the first part of this century, 10% annually. We were already experiencing growth in the 50s. In the 60s, it got moderated, and also in the 80s, reduction in the 70s and 80s. Investment specifically related to private investment in this case. In a small and open economy like the Peruvian economy, performance of main macroeconomic variables such as the GDP or the private investment are closely linked to the global markets and macroeconomic policies. Of course, it won't be fair to just have a look at one of these specific factors in order to understand the results of a specific period, because we may tend to overvalue, for instance, the increase of the exchange rate and not necessarily the macroeconomic policies that were implemented in that specific same year. Among the main factors for private investment, and I was saying, we have the exchange terms and the trust, business trust, the terms of trade and business trust that came from those macroeconomic policies that incentivize the private investment. At the bottom left, you see investment, private investment, and terms of trade, which are very similar line. If we look at both, you have pretty high, you have 388, and at the bottom, you have private investment versus business expectations. You have a similar, a little bit lower difference, but still quite important. When we refer to expectations at the bank, we refer to a survey that we carry out every month on the macroeconomic expectation, where we ask a big sample of business in companies from all different sectors of the economy. And we take a sample based on the way that each of these sectors have within the GDP. So we were asking them what they think about inflation, exchange rate, interest rate, growth of the economy. Questions on that survey are also related to the expectations related to the investments specifically for that company or demand. And then that normally are the different factors. So you have economic expectations and investment expectations for those companies within the survey. We will look at an index that will help us look at optimistic responses or pessimistic responses depending on their current condition. And 50, it's neutral. So above 50, expectations are optimistic or high. Below 50, those are pessimistic. So that's the midterm. What we look at exactly. And what we have noticed is that when we look ahead, the larger period of time expectations tend to be larger as well. So in blue line, you have a 3-month expectation that are lower than to those compares of a 12-month period of expectations. And by 2020, as you can see, as expected, the level of expectations fall to the lowest level since we carry out this expectation survey. So our index tended to be 37 and it was 50. So in 2019, we were optimistic, and by 2020, we fall significantly to this pessimist side. The same applies for the expectation to 12 months that it gets to 52, 22, but it still is optimistic for that specific case. And by 2021, we have carried out already 10 surveys, and in average, we see a recovery of expectations up to 3 months, up to 12 months. You still have that reduction. In the case of investment expectations, you see this very similar behavior. We saw a fall by 2022, the minimum historical point for both 3 months to 12 months service. And for 2021, we see a slight recovery, moderate recovery. What can we see in this specific chart? The evolution of the GDP per capita among a 20-year period of time. Apologies. So do you see 3 different differentiated periods? At a quick glance, you see that from 50 to 75, where the GDP show positive rates, of course, with some slight changes where there tend to be a positive trend from the 75 to the 90s, a clearly negative trend. And from 93, a recovery of the GDP per capita that is highlighted in the second period of the 20th century. So between the 50s and 75, you have a growth of 2.7% average annually, 7.4 investment, GDP, global GDP 5.5. In the second phase, the second period 75 and 90s, we got up to a fall of the GDP per capita to minus 2.4%. Investment also fall 1.8%, and the global GDP was kept zero. From 1993, we had a recovery of 3.5, investment of 6.6, and GDP of 4.8. You see the differences in between the type of policies in between different government. If we try to do a general reflection by regimes, government regimes in between the 50s and 60s, normally we have a larger rate of growth in our statistics based on historical data. See, we even grow up to 7.4%, as you can see in investment. Private investment, again, grow at that same level. So what could explain actually these features and growth? We agree that the growth was due to the large terms of trade, good terms of trade, the demand for our commodities due to the Korean War in the 50s, and macroeconomic policies at that time that were oriented mainly to an open economy and exporter of commodities mainly. But again, it was an economy that promoted investment. The private investment and public investment, those years was sixfold what was and is and now. So it just exceeded up to 6 times the amount of investment, but there is a change of policy regime. Terms of trade are still positive, a little bit lower than the other period, but still positive in the second tranche. And the growth of the economy is, as you can see, 4.8. Previously, you had a higher value. You have a contraction of the investment, increase of public investment up to some extent, and the ratio between public and private investment is 3.5. And this increase of the terms of trade boom was until 74, until 1974. So this second tranche somehow benefit from these high terms of trade. Economic growth was moderated and get up to 3.6% annually. Public investment since the very beginning of the 70s grew. Yeah, even though the public policies implemented at the time, but of course, if we remember that until 74, we had a really good investments, and the private investment ratio compared to private or private versus public investments fall to -2 because of the increase of public expense at that time from 81 and 90s. The crisis, hyperinflation, El Nino phenomenon, and the significant fall of terms of trade in those days, as I mentioned before, fall. Hell, so we have also this construction, and you get up to 2%. So from the 90s onward, terms of trade get up to the minimal levels in historical terms, and they recover significantly. Even though these terms of trade were not favorable in the 90s, at the beginning of 2000, private investment grew significantly. And in the first years of this century, 7% in real terms, and GDP grew 4.8%, and the ratio private versus public investment got up to the levels of 48.52, and got up to 4%. So this is more or less how it looked like. This is a way of also interpreting this graph. So what do we have as projections? For different forecasts, again, terms of trade are quite important, and trust, business trust. We know how we have been evolving and changing throughout this second part of the century as well. And for 2021, 2022, basically, the expectation is to keep on with the recovery of those terms of trade. There's a significant recovery. Of course, there's always risk associated to investments. International investments could probably show and be facing risk of deceleration at some point. But this is just the forecast. We expect the terms of trade to improve so that they become the greater of the past 45 years. So we go back to the values of 54, basically. Our forecast share within our official reports, GDP should increase 11.9% and 3.4 by 2022. Private investment will have zero growth by 2022. Why? As I will show later, there's a weakening on private investments. Expectations start falling. They were recovering after the COVID-19 crisis, and it started falling by April this year. Nevertheless, well, we see a negative trend, but there are some hopes, especially in the past surveys of September of October. We're still waiting for November results, but this led us to forecast that after the fall of investment of 15.5 by 2022, we expect that for this year, 2021, we have 24.5% recovery in real terms, zero growth in 2022, which an average in between 20 and 22, we could probably say that we have recovered what was lost during the pandemic. The same will probably apply with the GDP. This private investment forecast is supported by probably one of the sectors that recover easily or quicker to the different measures that were implemented to control the pandemic was construction. So in the last quarter of 2020, construction recovered up to pre-pandemic levels due to construction households and several construction projects that continue. So lower expectations of the private sector, as I said, since April, we have seen a trend that shows a reduction, but the service of this year, October, November, and December may change. But mining has been probably one of the sectors that will be the most affected. You see a fall of 28.3%. Why? Because we had stronger measures that sometimes led to a stopping of operations in some mining sites. Therefore, we experienced that low. By 2021, we expect to close with an investment on the mining sector of 18% that will be probably be moderated by 2022 to 8.3%. Why? Because lots of projects, mining projects are about to end. We will have Silqueyabeco, which is a large mining project for that year. And in the case of the other specific sectors, by 2022, we saw a lower fall in reduction, mainly due to the last quarter of 22. Since construction recovered, we see that there was a fall of 14.5% by the other sectors, and by 2021 we saw a growth of 25.5%. It's our forecast suggested. What are these trends telling us? After this decreased trend of the economy and investment, this had recovered. There's a slight recovery to be seen in September and October. This recovery will still keep us to stay in the pessimist side. We are 43% on the expectation for the 3-month time frame, but there's still a growth trend depending again on the political context, economic context. We expect to keep it as a recovery trend. Looking at other indicators, GDP without considering factors that could lead variables to change, we experienced a growth of 3% compared to the previous quarter. If we make an analysis on the values pre-pandemic and we discretionally applied the fourth quarter of 2019, the GDP in the third quarter of 2021 of this year should have recovered the pre-pandemic values it used to have. As I mentioned, one of the main pillars for this recovery is construction. Construction of individual households, but also project investments and construction specifically. Other indicators that are leading to see positive results is cement industry is also way above compared to the same period of 2019. Also, capital investments since the very beginning of this year, as of September. In October, we experienced a fall, but basically for the rest of the year, it also showed positive rates. Compared to the 19th, so we are not using a baseline because of the fall of 2020, but those were positive as well. So to summarize, the different forecasts that I just shared for activities as of 2021-22, we expect to have a slight increase in the GDP will be probably larger than the one projected, probably getting up to 13%. And for 2020, we expect also to have an increase, a positive growth of this indicator. Again, depending on the expectations not to fall again. So thank you. That will be it.
Thank you. Thank you. Very good information. Really spectacular how we locate on time. And this information usually is for decision makers. The trust depends on the decisions and the trust from the corporate sector and from the population. Well, now, thank you, Ivan. It was a wonderful presentation this morning. Now we're going to give the floor to Marcelo de Andrade. Okay, Marcelo, you can go.
El micrófono lo tiene muteado, disculpe.
Ok, no hay problema. Gracias. Si podemos colocar la presentación en la computadora, por favor.
Well, could you please show the presentation?
Perfecto. Muchas gracias.
Perfect, thank you.
Bueno, me gustaría hacer un preámbulo aquí.
I would like to make a preamble.
Agradecer la presentación, las dos presentaciones anteriores.
I would like to thank the two presentations, especially Fernando's presentation, because I'm going to speak about what Fernando has mentioned. We cannot hear him. His microphone is off.
Oh, disculpa.
Oh, I apologize.
Ahora lo escuchamos bien, sí.
¿Me escuchan bien? Okay.
Can you hear me well? Yes. I would like to highlight that Fernando's presentation is compatible with mine. So I'm going to complement with my presentation what Fernando said, because I am going to speak in detail about one of the strategies to make social investment and the leverage of a social economy, to which Fernando made reference around large investments in infrastructure. I'm going to speak I'm going to talk about a methodology that is shared value platform. It is a joint venture between ProNatura and an agency for sustainable development that started 7 years in Brazil, and it has gone to the world, and projects were implemented in 66 countries, always in partnership with academia, with infrastructure organizations, and with other important stakeholders in order to complement. Shared value platform is the methodology from ProNatura for the development and implementation of regional economies, and it is still an agency of regional, with a sophisticated financial aspects from Goldman Sachs for a system for development in small producers in large scale. I will begin with something that we have an opportunity to restart something, to calibrate with post-COVID situation. So we can restart this process of economic development, diversified and regional, with a systemic view, looking at different elements in the ecosystem in the region, involving the topic, the environmental, economic, and social aspects. We have the possibility to test and to prove that sustainable development is excellent, it's very good for the businesses as a whole, especially for the business of infrastructure. It will mitigate the risks, or it mitigate the risk of social conflict in large projects like mining in Peru. then the development requires the boost, the encouragement to have the development of the producers that's even much better. These large investments of infrastructure are an excellent impulse. We could leverage this to encourage the regional development among the communities and producers, or if there is not a well management, the consequences can be very tragic, and that is shown by history. We need to think that to have a holistic approach for this with strategies and alliances with the private sector. We have a regional trend when we add the small producers into large cooperatives or structures that offer them a bigger scale. First, we have to look at this portfolio with professional training with several elements that are identified in a business plan to face the risks. Another point is that another important way to leverage this is a specialized cooperative in a specific area of development. The productive chain, like agribusiness, is to make a joint venture of this cooperative with an already established company in the sector. And finally, it is very important to have a strategy of diversification, always thinking in synergy. And that is always interesting. In the south of Peru, there are many large investments in mining, mostly. If we take an area of the desert, which is the important driver is mining, but the business is agribusiness. But it's only 3% of the territory is appropriate for agriculture because there is no water. So that 3 or 4% in agriculture is going to do well. This agriculture of high value, but it is limited to the characteristic of the territory. If we add in the productive chain of grapes, avocados, blueberries, and others, we could, that 3 or 4% of cultivated area, we could double or triple the productivity with technology. That is possible. If we have a desert area, we have sun energy that is available. So we could have a productive chain with solar energy in cooperatives, using the labor from the region, providing training to that labor. So that would be another productive chain. So we have the demand for water, the investment of agribusiness, the supply of energy would be with the use of the sun energy. Then we could expand this area for crops using the energy, and that will be expanded, expanding the productive chain. This is just a practical example. Next, please. Yes? Yes, we hear you. This shared value platform, it's a methodology that has two phases, the preparatory and the investment phase. The platform has two fundamental elements. to establish a participatory processes with all local stakeholders, government, the large companies, but especially the community alliances. That's an important aspect. Another one is to encourage the economic diversification in the region. The idea is to focus on the specific characteristics of the region. We need to be specific and different in each area of the region. So we have to tailor the platform. And the activity has to be designed specifically for each region. These are the elements of the SVP platform. Initially, we have the shared vision at regional level, and using the financial instruments that we have, the blended finance, and then identifying the productive chain, identifying the risks and the failures in the productive chains. Those are part of the risks and the institutional aspect. So we implemented professional training, strengthening other elements of life with children, women, health. So the governance is a fundamental element. Next, please. Very quickly, the SVP aims at improving the income of small producers. It has an operational and a technical area, a very sophisticated funding with philanthropy, a catalytic philanthropy, a little bit of equity many times or not, and a lot of debt, using the funds, new funds that Fernando mentioned, climate bonds, social bonds, all the different types of bonds, credits for the structure of the debt to finance these productive chains. This is one of the most important strategies to mitigate the risks in these community producer chains, with a partnership with companies already established in the sectors of the given productive chain. We always use 4 pillars: governance, the coordination mechanisms, and governance. That is very important. That's on top of everything. The productive chains that were already mentioned, the formation of human capital, it is very important for risk mitigation in the productive chains. The investment, the public investment is also important to optimize logistics and other necessary elements come from public investment, but also the training of the local public entities. We need to be specialists on this. Underline, it is necessary to have a financing mechanism that's very sophisticated, financial engineering, very sophisticated, with mixed capital to mitigate the social impact. Well, more details of what was already mentioned before. Operational structure of the platform consists of 3 phases. The preparation phase, that's where we identify the productive chains, the stakeholders, the creation of a structure involving governance. The second phase is the structure to structure where we have the governance who already identified the productive chains with a feasibility study, identifying the viable chains, a business plan, and these business plans become a portfolio for investments, public-private investments, mixed capital. And when the structuration phase is over, well, the investors need to be identified to invest in this portfolio. In the third phase, we have the operation phase. Well, usually with the participation of one or more professionals and the stakeholders for the management of funds. So this is the investment, the portfolio with private funds. Next, please.
Essa engenharia financeira, pouco mais de detalles.
Here we have a little bit more of detail. We have the costs of the preparation and structuration. They are made within a revolving line because all these points could be interpreted as structuring cost. When you get the commitment from investors to invest in this portfolio with opportunities of investment created in phase 1 and 2, the value is returned with a social fee, and that money will generate new investment opportunities, to try to attract new investors, and then the third cycle starts. And this is a revolving line, and that's a self-fed structure. Well, these are the type of capitals involved in the financial engineering along the time. The preparation, 6 to 12 months, much more capital from the sponsors of the large investment in mining or large agriculture to put the initial capital, then the structuring, the last 3 years. They have more anchor investors like sovereign funds, EFIs, like government participation, and in the operations we do find more private investors. That is the process of investment, and we have much more investors. The next one. This is a representation of the implementation of the processes, preparation, structuration, and operation. So that's it. So this is what I wanted to show. This is a technology that it's been 37 years in evolution. In the past 10 years, we had a partnership to improve the quality in the financial area, the understanding of the creation of the productive chain. And we had a good experience in Peru, very well sustained. We really would like to take advantage of this opportunity that we are in Agromin, because exactly for Peru, these are the two most important economic sectors, mining and agriculture, because one can work with the other very well with this methodology. And this methodology involves risk mitigation, includes social inclusion, and it fosters the productive chain at a large scale, well identified, and producers. This is all I had to present. Thank you very much.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Excelente herramienta que nos ilustras esta mañana, porque siempre hay grandes posibilidades.
Excellent tool that you presented this morning. So it's important to know all the tools and the mechanisms available.
Obviamente que, como vuelvo a decir, sin inversiones no hay
Of
desarrollo.
course, those are important aspects for development. We have heard so many important data. Thank you. Thank you, Marcelo, for your inputs and support. I believe that this has been quite useful for all of us. I think we all Latin American countries need investments, all different ways of funding, and different data that you share with us also showed the curve that we also see in the whole multi-falcon investment, which is probably the infrastructure focus on operations, where you have also the low inflection of flows, capital flows in this case. But anyway, thank you, Marcelo, for your presentation. Now we will give the floor to the panel members. Marcos,
La participación de
to
los
comment on what we have heard on the participation of these three keynote speakers. Do you like to comment on any topic that you found interesting from these three presentations? Good morning, Romulo. First of all, thank you to Agromin for the invite and to allow me to participate in this second Agromin online. Thank you, Fernando, Bravo, Ivan Andrade, and all of you, and sorry, Marcelo de Andrade, Ivan Aldave. I think you have all shared such interesting data for all of us. And based on my experience, I have been working for 15 years already in the agricultural sector. I hold an MA on agribusiness. And while looking at the data share, it's just impressive to see the growth from the 80s growing 4% annually. Probably to focus my comments on what we just heard, I just want to discuss three specific points. First, competitiveness needed for the country to keep on growing, sustainable investment that will allow this to happen are so important. I recall a few years ago, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs worked on a study on the value of exports. And depending on the type of product, the logistic costs, you get up to 40% of the actual value of the export product, which means that that cost was not necessarily competitive compared to the peers in the region to keep on exporting. So there's a huge call so that agro exporters be sustainable on time. As Fernando mentioned, PPPs, these public and private partnerships are key, such as a good example shared of Colombia, since we definitely need to have these investments on infrastructure, on roads, on ports, on airports to be more sustainable so that logistical costs is not got as elevated as the ones that we have, so that we can have more benefits for medium, large, and small size producers, and then it make profitable the sustainability a long time. Again, so competitiveness as a country we have a plan where we have projects listed. Therefore, we need to apply the different mechanisms in place to work on infrastructure, not only in the coastline, but also in the highlands, and have better infrastructure to also move products out from the Amazon region. Another point is water scarcity. Water scarcity may probably be a huge challenge for the 21st century for all nations around the globe, but especially for Peru, since we will be probably suffering from the consequences of climate change. And I would like to share some info on water. The country has 1.0 million of available water, but we're only storing 5,077 different dams that were built as of to date. These 5 units of capacity for storage represent 0.29% of the available water that we have at country level. Why am I highlighting this specific data? Because of the geographical distribution of our cities and the availability of water in the country, 98% almost are mainly based in the coastline and in the highland, and 2%, but 70% live in the coast. And the other percentages live in between the highlands and the forest. So economic activities having the coastline have access to only 2% of the water, but we're storing 0.29%. Again, I think Fernando mentioned there are a few projects that are stopped. There's no green light at the end of the tunnel to execute them. We expect them to be reactivated soon, and we have a huge portfolio to work on dams to have water availability, and that will definitely provide more water, not only for the population, but also for agriculture uses and other economic activities. Alto Piura, Tumbes, almost the second stage of Tumbes, Chavimochic, as you mentioned, which was paralyzed, Majes 2, where we heard it will be or not, Chimecas, and other small projects as well that could probably expand our agricultural land, create jobs, because we know that 24% from job opportunities come from the agriculture sector. And since we're talking about sustainability, we need to execute those different projects for these different sectors, so that with this flow of investments, with good roads, airports, highways, we could have a sustained growth, create employment, and therefore well-being for the society. Probably one of the last comment that probably bring these two topics together of competitiveness and water scarcity is related to social inclusion. I agree that what Marcelo shared with us. He talked on the inclusion of these small producers that are not necessarily part of the chain, not on the productivity chain. There are lots of good producers in Ayacucho, Cusco, Apurímac, Ayacucho, who had products for great value for local and international trade, but they need to create strategic alliances with a company, a medium or large size company, and they also need the support of the government in order to take that leap for productivity, to be competitive in the market, but also to create surplus, to create income, extra income to their lives. So social investment is needed. And I believe that Marcelo's approach and model, where you have this shared value as the main driver of any production chain, any value change will be vital to keep on developing as a country and also creating a better and more distribution of the wealth in Peru. As a conclusion, from what I have heard and my experience, I definitely believe that the different tools and data shared today, historical data from the country and new models can help us to build on sustainable opportunities. Probably decision making should focus on the improvement of competitiveness with good infrastructure projects for roads, trains. Maybe we have heard some public debates in the past few years to think about this type of investments and to clearly and responsibly with good social and environmental impact assessments to look at the scarcity of water issue and think on places where we can store water for the population, for agriculture and other economic activities. And if we both bring these ideas with the linkage to small producers so that they can create profits and increase their quality of life. 3.6 million Peruvians do not have access to water. And in Lima, 13,000 families have to bring water and tanks, water tanks. This is data that we definitely need to solve quickly so that we can actually experience sustainable development. Thank you, Romulo, Fernando, Marcelo, Ivan, for all the information you share with us. Thank you, Marco. Yes, for sure. There's lots of things to be done. We still have a lot of homework. We definitely need to have this talk of investments of good practices as well. And I don't think that's an issue of lacking of money or monetary resources. It's more decision making. In thank you to the different panel members and speakers of today. I will give now the floor to Anton Wilhelms. Thank you, Romulo, and thank you, Agromin organizers, for letting me the chance to talk to all of you and let me comment on these three great presenters. I think Mensaje, Ivan, and Marcelo's messages lead to the same message. Peru is a country of opportunities. We have historical data that support the optimistic view. These opportunities can become true, and there are tools for externalities. The large investments not only related to direct employment and economic links should become true again so that they could provide sustainable development and growth. I'll just briefly explain to the public on what we work in Profonampe and how this connects with what the three main speakers suggested. I would like to start with the final comment I heard from Marco Vinelli in the interesting data he shared on water. When we think on water, we clearly think that that is one of the most important natural elements for investments, for large investments. This part of the roadmap for agribusiness that is so intensive on workforce and technology that requires water, mining. Also, it is also creating so much dynamism in the economy. But we are placed in Lima, for instance, which is water scarcity, but citizens of Lima have been already providing funds and paying the bills so that you can work the upper part of the catchment so that you can create a natural infrastructure that will actually increase the collection and transmission of water to the El Chillón, Rimac, and Lurin catchment. So my first concern when I think on uh, investments for development is the urgency, the needs for those investments, not only on the government side, but also on the private sector side, the business side. Whenever we're thinking of a large investment like opening up a mine site, or maybe when we're thinking on using all the economic resources to Chavimochic 2 or Majes or those that Marco listed, we definitely need to think on the complementary factors for those specific investments that Marcelo mentioned, but taking into account that people should not just be seated waiting and money that investors may use has other different values. So we do not just simply need to mobilize resources with this urgency that will create social peace on the one hand, but also opportunities for the future. I was actually seeing with optimism what Fernando mentioned. I really thought of two words: carbon offsets, which are demands from the investors' side for the projects that will be applied so that it can ensure those investors to have a nature, economy, and society sustainable in time. We as Profonampe had a very good experience, several good experience actually, that I would like to share. Their investment with offset are not necessarily applicable in the same area and the influence area, let's say Lima Airport. Where should the airport of Lima offset the environmental or social impact that it generates? Social impact towards the neighbors, maybe surrounding the airport, but environmental impact nearby the airport, there's no close opportunity to think of that environmental offset, but then you have the natural protected areas. We as Profonape have been working together with natural reserves, these natural protected areas, which are places where we could use and see positive results to reduce the impact and the carbon footprint of those investments. And we're also that we can ensure a good management of our protected areas. We need to also think on the energy matrix. I was searching Celepsa's LinkedIn today, and he said that Ares Mining Company, who had some difficulties lately, had a sustainable use of energy through the energy provider they got. And that's exactly the things we need to focus on more, how we use nature in such a way that it is a positive use of those resources needed for large investments. At Profondampe, we work in the Marañón River, a place in Loreto, and together with the other efforts of sustainable and renewable energy, in this case solar panels, we were able to bring fresh fish from that in Marañón to Tarapoto. So we are actually looking at large distances with high logistic costs because we need to have a better logistic chain. Yes, we need to use and have energy that could change that production, and that change of the energy resources have to be also implemented at different companies, agriculture companies, mining companies, and I'm pretty convinced that the current technologies allow this to happen. A third element that I also heard from Fernando, I believe, is the reforestation. The reforestation of forests. Peru could be forestry power. We are, but we're actually degrading. We're actually killing the forest, and we have been changing the use of land, forest, and this specific case to think on specific industries and also experience some issues with some specific agricultural uses. But we had, for instance, plantation projects, especially in degraded areas, due to a change of land use to agricultural land, for instance, or illegal activities. So we see lots of pressures of illegal activities in the Amazon region. Then maybe reforestation, afforestation of different areas could be a sort of investment that could help mining, but other extractive industries, or even to the large agricultural activities in the coastline to offset in the Amazon region. I just want to end up with something that I believe could be two additional messages that are quite important to share in this space, or maybe three. Let's see. One, look at this as an opportunity. And the three speakers just said it is an opportunity and a reality. When businesses think on sustainability at the long run and the legacy that they will leave in their surroundings, in their influence area, and consumers, investors will provide more funds at probably better beneficial rates compared to other type of investments. And this sustainability can change the way we connect with the communities, not just simply see our interventions on community relationships lens, where we are simply interacting and see what they need, but just think and look at communities and those influence areas and the development that we want to build together with them so that those are sustainable on time, but also even beyond the positive disruption that a large mining project could have in the area. And commitment. When Marcelo mentioned of the added shared value and the strategic view, it means that the investment will be means of mobilization, because large investments normally are in small, scarce, little communities, but when this main positive agent leaves the area, it should be some extra opportunities for them. And alliances and synergies. I welcome Agromin as a space of synergy. We need to work together when we have multi-stakeholder and multi-level discussions where we have and share different perspectives so that we can build new narratives, not the ones that create uncertainty and a low bad social context, but new narratives where we build a shared vision where investments are needed and we promote them. But of course, we also promote the social importance, the environmental importance that will provide sustainability to our investment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anton. Excellent comment. This is a very fruitful morning. We're very happy because this is what we wanted. learning, lessons learned, tools, and Peru needs a lot of investments, sustainable investments. And just now in the mining sector, that involves also infrastructure, energy, cross-cutting activities. So I see Diego. We send him congratulations for his new position as a member in the Central Reserve Bank. We know he has a lot to contribute to the country. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, ingeniero Rómulo Mucho.
Ingeniero Rómulo Mucho. I invite now the speakers and panel members that can turn on the cameras so we can have a picture taken. Now we're going to take a picture of Ingeniero Rómulo Mucho as a moderator of this very important panel, and also thanking the speakers and the panel members. As Engineer Mucho mentioned, it is so important to hear all the voices to continue improving and to discuss on this topic, to bring them to the table in order to improve, because that is the idea, to improve from the option that all the actors involved will contribute. Sometimes it is not a matter of budget, but sometimes it is a matter of implementation of good ideas and to be willing to work in a sustainable way for a better future. Thank you very much to all the members of this blog. Thank you for your comments and sharing your experiences. Thank you very much. And now we can take it back to you. Speaking about recognition, we want to thank our media partners who are part of this second convention, Agromin virtual platform. Agroperú, Minera Andina, Agroexportaciones, Energía y Minas, Exportar, Global Business Report, Agronoticias, Proactivo, Revista Turnet, OMI, Todo Minería, Minería y Energía, Norte Minera y Actualidad Minera. Thank you to all of you for being part as media partners. And now we are going to begin the next block, that is closing gaps. This within the topic of investment and use of resources. The leader of this block will be Andrea Boto Bernales. She's a specialist in international education with more than 50 years experience in international organizations in charge of business development, project management, and positioning of educational ecosystems in Latin America. Mrs. Andrea Boto will be the moderator of next block. Good morning, Mrs. Boto. Welcome. Thank you, Paola. So now, good morning again. My name is Andrea Boto Bernales, and I'm going to be the moderator of the panel Closing Gaps. I would like to, well, before I introduce our speaker today we have José Carlos de Pierola and Diego Macera. José Carlos de Pierola is an economist from the Catholic University of Peru. He has an MBA in policies for international development, and he has studies in sustainable development and social corporate responsibility in SAN, Universidad del Pacífico, and Stanford University. He was national coordinator of a national program of COFIDE, and he's in charge of social management programs at the corporate level in Africa, Asia, and Peru. At present, he's a specialist consultant for the IDB, and since December, he's the new general manager of the consultant and expert on sustainability. Diego Macera, he's the general manager of the Peruvian Institute of Economics, recently elected He is the vice president of the Civil Association Transparencia, and he's an economist in El Comercio newspaper. He was a professor in the University of Pacific, and he worked for the PCM, and he has also worked in El Comercio Central Director of Opinion. He has a BA in Economy by Pacifico University and MBA in Public Management. With this introduction of the panel members, we begin this session called Closing Gaps. We're going to begin with Jose Carlos de Pierola. You have the floor now. Thank you. I'm going to share my screen for the presentation. Well, I made my presentation in the format that was requested. So I'd like to congratulate Diego for his new responsibility in the Central Reserve Bank. We are sure that he will do it just very well. And you have my congratulations and support always for the benefit of our country. I'm going to present you the opportunities of the connection between mining and agriculture by closing socioeconomic gaps. This is the topic for today. Looking at how we can do this in a feasible way. Today, I'm going to present the national context, the gaps that we have identified and that we want and can close. Then we will talk about agriculture and mining as an opportunity for water management. I think that's the connection factor between both activities. We will talk about the conditions for sustainability and the spaces for coordination that we can develop. And how can we implement a proposal? My opinions and comments are my own, and they are not related to the institutions from where I come from or institutions to where I'm going to. This is just my personal opinion. We have a national context with some degree of uncertainty. Well, I took information where we see that there is an economic growth. However, it is not the growth that we expected. Also, the corporate confidence is important to mention. We know that there is some level of uncertainty, but there are some fears related to economic and political instability. We have social conflicts that are increasing, that we need to see how to control. And we have an economic growth that it is not so fast, it's a little slow. And in parallel, we have a high inflation. Well, we have news about a possible third wave of COVID. We also have to consider what are the trends. Price trends and commodities are increasing rather well. This is something important. There is a progressive economic recovery in the region. Well, considering political aspects, elections in Chile and Argentina, we have regional elections in Peru very soon. And that always has an impact in the economic expectations of people. That has to be taken into consideration. We see that there is a reactivation, well, in China in the economic growth. The prices of the ores are increasing, and they are part of what is going to be the energy transition. This is something that we need to have in our radar, in our policies as a country. What gaps have we identified and want or can close? I mentioned the National Plan of Infrastructure for Competitiveness that identified the gap of 363 billion soles. We see where they are focused, these gaps. Water, sanitation, telecommunication, transportation, electricity, education, health, and the hydraulic related to irrigation. It is worth noting that in the study, they are not taking the elements of quality. They don't speak about the number of hours of electricity, the structure of schools, among others, that have not been considered in this information. What we see here is a short-term investment, about 5 years. The long term is about 20 years. As you can see, these are important figures that we should consider when we are looking at the topic of closing gaps and the possible investments that could be generated through the mining industry. In the study, we also see that PNIC shows the need to focus on transportation, sanitation, and health because they need the highest investment to close the gaps. However, trying to focus this in the Agromin, we look at the water issue and also irrigation and sanitation. These are topics of water resources that represent an investment in the short term and the long term portfolio, considering that the agricultural surface that we have for irrigation is of about 2.5 million hectares, according to the national census that goes back to 2012. There is no more updated information. This has been a significant increase according to the data from the World Bank, but Peru only will have about 6% of agricultural land with irrigation. It is something that should get our attention. So what gaps have we identified and we can close from Agromin? I think it is important and strategic to focus on the main challenges for irrigation that have been identified in the last document of the World Bank, looking at the future of Peru, and we find these challenges that it is important to discuss. The irrigation services need to be adapted to a very diverse agriculture in our country, considering that in the coast we have a total cultivated area of 87%, which is under irrigation. In the highlands, 30%, and in the jungle, only 6%. My question is, how can we direct the resources of mining to contribute to a solution in the management of water resources? That is a challenge. Based on the challenge, we face this challenge, not only for the mining industry, but it would be good to consider. The second challenge mentioned by the World Bank is the lack of the proper infrastructure that affects the productivity in the water use. The expenditure of water in irrigation is higher to 20,000 cubic meters per hectare per year. Chile uses half of this, our neighbor in the south. Peru has 7 million hectares with agricultural potential. Only 2.6 million have the equipment. And of that, 14% has technified irrigation. That would mean higher efficiency, less amount of water per hectare. Let's not think that this could be used in any spice. We have to be strategic and see where it is possible to use the technified irrigation or where we could use different alternatives. The third challenge mentioned by the World Bank is the low performance and there is scarce efficiency in the management of the irrigation service. It is a clear problem of management in the water infrastructure, technical capacity, administrative and financial capacity. They are deficient. The collection by tariff of water for operation and maintenance does not cover the costs. This means that we need to consolidate the capacities at local level and to improve the coordination between the different governments at central, regional, and local level. That's something important that has not taken place. The fourth challenge that we see is the topic of public investment. There has not been public investment for many years in irrigation. Given by the regional governments, only 48%. And we have a very low execution in the past 10 years of about 40%. That's very dramatic. However, it's worth mentioning that there are several projects sponsored by the mining activity that generate value in the environment and should be replicated. These projects are related to water and mining. There is a technical group for the management of water resources where they presented some projects that mentioned several companies, Southern Corporation that has the management of aquifers. Anglo-American presented the use of water resources during the operation. They talk a lot of agriculture and mining, and we have to see how this can begin. Antamina, they presented a project that was very interesting, management of the water resource. Poderosa also has a very interesting project related to the management of the population on the water resources. And we all know that they have also the treatment plant of water, wastewater in La Enlosada. So they discussed all these topics and they identified several important factors to see how to achieve an added value project. And these are the characteristics that were identified to support the closing of gaps around the irrigation system and the water that could be related to mining or agriculture. The areas where the projects are developed is important to identify based on indicators and the strategic situation for the area of investment. This is necessary to consider. The second one is to have a baseline with clear goals and a transparent and participatory monitoring system. Transparency and the participation of the people, understanding. Well, it is a challenge that we saw from engineering to the local citizen, so that they can understand what is happening. The other is capacity building for managing the water resources and the related infrastructure. And that goes in hand with what the World Bank identified as terms of challenges. Another topic discussed was the coordination between local, regional, and national authorities based on strategic plans. These are topics that we need to have clear in order to close gaps. I think I'm doing okay with time. They also discussed the availability of water resources with innovation, cooperation, commitment. Well, we already heard about the shared vision platform, so we identify the need of cooperation and also talk a little bit about innovation. It is necessary to incorporate innovative elements to be able to close the gaps in these aspects related to water specifically for agriculture and mining. And then there was a proposal based on the supply of water and the infrastructure. I understand that a lot has been discussed on this topic as to how to be sustainable in the management of resources and to promote this type of practices. I think that's very necessary. What are the conditions for sustainability? Here again, I will talk about the World Bank, where they identify 3 components that should be analyzed when evaluating the projects. The fiscal sustainability, that's the ability of a government to make infrastructure projects without compromising the fiscal or monetary policy. That's very important, especially in this time of the economic situation. The financial sustainability, that's the capacity of each project to generate its own resources in the long term, not requesting more resources from the state. And finally, the environmental sustainability, the efficient use and sustainable of resources, considering the environment and the resilience to natural disasters and to climate change. This is another important topic to take into account as part of the conditions for sustainability. So, based on that, what do we need to do? We need to have spaces for coordination. We have to strengthen and disseminate this topic of coordination that allow the collaboration of the different stakeholders. Spaces like, for example, the National Agreement or Acuerdo Nacional, and also RIMAI, which is a convergence center of good practice in mining and energy, where with the support from the IDB, they were able to identify work lines, also the technical group on water, and working on a mining vision at national level, but also in the regions, Moquegua, they are working in Cajamarca, trying for people to understand what is the meaning of development, and based on that, to have a space for sharing knowledge. There's going to be a pilot for territorial development in Cajamarca, and from then, with the approach of closing gaps, the idea is to get an agreement and a synergy with the public sector in order to achieve results in the short, mid, and long term, looking at the reduction of these existing gaps in social and economic topics. And Agromin, I believe Agromin, and we have talked with Romulo, it is a space for discussion, to share ideas, and also for the formation and to create informed opinion, to work some future work lines. How could we implement an agromining proposal? There are executive proposals Well, there is an advancement in the plan to close the gaps in Loreto. The main objective is to improve the living conditions of the population in the oil environment of Loreto, in particular the native communities, with the presence of the state in line with the priorities in the territory. Progress has been made with this plan, and we have a good light of hope. We also have the special project of public investment, the PEIP. It's an organizative structure that was created for the execution of a portfolio of investment projects under a model of execution of investments. So it expedites some investment projects with instruments and facilities for an investment project with a fixed time of life with an executing unit, and they need to have technical assistance in order to achieve the objectives. So there are some tools that are being used. How does this work? Well, the idea is to expedite the implementation, reduce the times, to be more executive, to have technical support, to have a follow-up system, monitoring system, and to have a very agile project management. The agreements fast track that to facilitate the contracts, possibility to use the fast track mechanism and use the international standards, and for management to have specialized technical assistance, and also flexibility and changes, easy changes, possibility of changes in the scope, methodology, adjustment according to the demand. Well, we have the experience, we have the examples, we have the tools, and we have the diagnosis. I think we have about everything, but we need to challenge ourselves. And with this, I will close. I think it is important to generate an agromining pilot. I was saying we have to try to make action. Let's define areas and objectives. And we can see who can participate in this initiative, who is willing to participate. We have, as I said, all the tools and the examples of projects like Quellaveco. We have the institutional framework to move and to advance on these things. And I think we have the resources also to do that. So, well, this is what I wanted to talk to you about. And this is an encouraging message to solve these issues, to identify new things, and to start working on that. Thank you very much for the time given.
Muchísimas gracias, José Carlos, y excelente manejo.
Thank you, José Carlos. Great management of time. I will now give the floor to Diego Macera. Hi. Good morning, and thanks for giving me the chance to talk to all of you today. My presentation will also be brief, and I hope that we could have chance to exchange some ideas. I would like to congratulate the organizers on the excellent presentation of Jose Carlos, which gives me also have additional background and probably to emphasize some of the great topics that he has quite carefully explained to all of us. I did not necessarily follow the rules like Jose Carlos. Apologies for that. But I hope that the ideas I will share can compensate my misbehaving and not following the format. Anyway, we all know that we have gone through a strong economic growth that was accompanied by a good changes on poverty rates. We get up to sometimes 50% on a poverty rate. Oh, in some of the cases, naturally, we have been filling those gaps out, especially for those who were present in our country 15 or 20 years ago. We could look at all different indicators related to quality of life. This is showing monetary poverty, but what we have seen is a continuous development on water, access, electricity, sanitation, health, education. And we have definitely seen progress on all these different areas of to start from this specific recognition of all these progress is important. Nevertheless, and that's probably the conflicts we got into. It doesn't necessarily mean that we can stop there. We still have lots of things to do. There are improvements, yes. They could be probably be better. We should probably move faster with the filling of gaps, a more aggressive filling of gaps. They are, and they were issues under the way. But basically, the most essential part of this is to divide exactly to what worked so that it can continue to what not working and that may be changed. And that's probably one of the first initial reflections that we may have to go through as a government, as a country. So poverty reduction on the one hand, if you look at the values of the investment back specifically on the ADB who uses these thresholds for per day, per person, consumption power, that's the same logic basically. You see a strong growth of the median class. If we do not see 2009, but I think you got for pre-pandemic times, you have the first minority nationwide. And again, we could probably have in this economic view because we're considering dollars per person per day, but we have seen lots of improvement in other different standards for quality of life. You can see the glass full or empty, and we get up to 40% who were still under vulnerability effects like what we have seen in 2020. And a third of the population as of the IDB are still in poor conditions. Pandemic brought us backwards. There has been an improvement in these months, but still we need to work hard in order to fill those gaps. So which are the gaps I was referring to? Access to basic civic, internet connectivity, use to health, education, pension, all these different gaps are visible or needed depending on the areas. In this case, rural areas need to more of our focus, and I will probably talk about that. The IPE, we work on the INCORE, the Regional Competitive Index. INCORE is a methodology where we grouped 40 variables under 6 pillars: economic environment, infrastructure, health, education, labor market institutions, and we compare all these. By using this distribution, we try to bring together different regions and different areas so that we can show exactly where the bottlenecks are located, where those spaces that priorities should be set at the regional level. For instance, La Libertad may show an indicator lower than the one in Ancash or Lambayeque, or maybe lower than Ayacucho or Loreto. We're saying, why? Why? What are my neighbors doing? What am I doing? What can I replicate from my neighbors so that I could do better? And this aims at create a healthy competition for the filling of gaps among the different regions based on this quantitative approach. Results so far in the past in Core of 2021, let's have a look at the variables. Well, there are 40, but basically final results show these values. This is a ranking where Lima is placed first, and we have southern regions such as Moquegua, Tacna, Arequipa, and then northern coast cities, and we have highlands, and at the end we have Amazon and highland cities. If we get into specific details per pillar, one of the things that stuck my attention, and it probably concerns more concern, is this specific space or gap in between what Loreto has and other different regions on highlands, on education, health, versus Lima and Tacna for education, for instance, and health, in this case for Lima. When we think on competitiveness, which is the whole soul of this ranking, you're thinking on how to increase income and attract investments. This is basically the nature of this index, but for certain specific variables, specifically health and education, we're not only referring to competitiveness, we're not only referring to being more productive and attract more investments. We're talking about rights, opportunities, citizens for all Peruvians. So like when we talk about access to water, education quality, and health quality, we will have anemia or doctors per numbers of inhabitants. So it is not only a human capital issue. It's not only filling gaps for competitiveness. It's more filling of gaps because of an aim itself, something that we need to achieve as a country. With this double lens, we should focus on the specific variables that I am sharing with you in this IPE in core ranking. Which are some of these variables? Under economic environment, GDP, real GDP, GDP per capita, expenses or expenditures at home. You see the huge differences. As you could see, we have Huánuco, Puno, and Huancavelica most of the time for infrastructure. Of course, these are few of the variables. I'm not listing them all just to see the gaps we were referring to. So basic services, infrastructure, um, water access. Again, you sometimes you think on the connection, but we do not maybe reflect on the hours we actually have water running from our faucets. If we do not have water most of the time, the connection is not then enough. You need to also then look at the quality of water. So there are several levels of analysis that we can have, and we have mobile internet, for instance, and the access and gaps in the regions are pretty important. We have Arequipa with 87 and Huancavelica with 30%. In the case of health, malnutrition, children malnutrition, anemia, medical staff, and probably delivery. Specifically, you have this specific goals as such, probably not just simply, as I say, human capital. The same applies for education. Literacy, education, basic services, on labor institutions as well, which is probably the most complicated to measure. Why are we working on this index? Because we think it's interesting to have a interregional learning to know exactly which are those good practices in the different regions in some of the places that may probably be equivalent or that could probably have some common share points that made them similar. For instance, you can have a city that have a good program on education, and that will be reflected in the variables that we are measuring. That will probably lead to other cities in the Amazon region to see and try to learn and try to implement also that, again, very healthy competition among the different regions so that they could share learnings and how to work by sharing this expertise, because sometimes the regional governments have the same national context, and the same they do follow the same legislation and the same limitations. So if one is moving forward in one specific indicator, and then they may wonder, why is it here and what am I not doing? Why is that specific city in that specific place? And again, if we get into the mining industry and how this will probably use to fill the gap. Mining is not only exploitation. And I think that's probably something that you are aware of. You have the direct measurement of impact of mining activities, and between mining and hydrocarbons, 9% of the GDP, depending on the year, but around 9% of the GDP from mining and hydrocarbon industries. But basically, it goes beyond the industry per se or the activity. There's a direct, indirect, or induced impact. When we refer to indirect impact, we are referring to basically the connection with vendors, providers, the construction, transportation, in the agricultural sector, services. When we talk about induced impact, we refer to the consumption surrounding the mining activity. Consumption, let's say I pay my worker, that miner will go to the market or spend money for transportation and housing. So, okay, these resources are moving. This is induced impact. And the same applied with the investment. So this whole picture shows exactly what we call the whole environment where the industry develops. And I think Jose Carlos mentioned it before as well. One of the main issues we still have pending is how do we move mining towards or see the influence of mining in other activities. There is already a strong link. We carry out a work for several industries, but I would like to show the connection on employment with industries such as mining and others. In the IPE, we believe that there were 8 additional jobs created in other different sectors: construction, transportation, agricultural, and restaurants, and so forth, because mining activity needs all these different inputs, services, or goods to move on. Maybe One of the initiatives that has been promoting the hub itself with CAF, the Ministry of Energy and Mines, Southern, HATE, different companies that are located in the region. I think this is probably one of the good examples that you should follow in the upcoming years. How do we add value based on the previous processes? So to say from machinery services and so on, and for mining. In Australia, the GDP, I don't know the actual value, but I say it's 5% of the GDP. If that was the case in Australia, other 5%, other additional 5% will be for vendors, vendors that also export to other parts of the world. And that's exactly what I was referring to. We need to think on how do we threaten mining with other economic ecosystems at its surrounding, especially when I mentioned the diversification of production that we sometimes discuss. And you use it as this comparison between mining, added value, mining versus agriculture. What numbers are actually showing is that for a product diversification, we need mining. Mining is a strategic ally for this specific diversification for machinery, goods, know-how, more and more sophisticated. Not only that level, but also resources that are generated for the development of other activities, research on and the canon, for instance, the mining tax, what we can do with the resources. Universities receive millions of dollars along the years, so those could be used maybe for a improvement of some specific systems or for livestock or other related sectors of the specific regions that also have a potential of growth where resources are allocated for an innovation that is needed so that we can make use to make them international. This chart basically shows a good amount of resources that were transferred through, first of all, the tax, the main tax, general tax, but also other special regimes, the royalties. Now you have the uh, taxes for those that were here for many years, and the new system, the new royalty of the new law 29788. Basically, you have then the lots of different resources created by the mining industry that will be used for the filling of gaps. That could be a great way to lead to diversification of production. So mining is a partner. It is not agriculture versus mining or manufacturing versus mining. No, it's mining with rather than versus. It may be being the main driver because it is a activity that got channeled thousands of millions of dollars in that decentralized fashion. I think that these are few of the activities that could say that how that specific impact. So there's a potential and there is already the payment apart from the different connections and linkages in between the different industries, the taxes, the royalties, the mining tax, the additional tax that can be used to do this. budget. Budget is focalized in mining regions. Okay, you have 40% probably focus these different taxes. And definitely we need to think on how benefit resources taxes coming from the mining industry can be widely distributed, or not only efficiently but fair distribution. And maybe the other side of the coin, it is not only income but also how it is used, the expenses of expenditures side, the effective use for gap filling. Provinces, regions, or districts that receive huge amounts of money were not able to manage those resources. We're not stand to manage, and I think Jose Carlos was suggesting several options to try to improve those indicators of the statistics that I'm just sharing with you. And I totally agree with his suggestions. On the Commission for Sustainable Mining Development in the PCM, we share lots of different ideas to move on with this filling of gaps by the using of mining resources, basically by having this different vision of the territorial development. Specifically, we do not necessarily consider all the different uh, conditions of the ecosystem, not all necessarily trade routes or the specific dynamism or land management. And we do not know exactly where priorities are, exactly when we want to fill gaps. A suggestion maybe to do a first mapping, a priority mapping that may probably help to and to some extent can be mandatory in order to give priority to specific investments. I agree and I emphasize what Jose Carlos mentioned. Maybe the way we see packing of a group of projects, when you have those projects already packed in specific groups, you can think on other more sophisticated initiatives that at scale will give more sense, like a PMO, a very specific PMO for sanitation, um, for instance, for the southern areas. And that will probably come together with NEC contracts and other suggestions. But we need to get out. 2 minutes left, Diego. Okay, thank you. Yes, we need to go out of this vicious circle where we've been stuck for a while in the past 15 or 20 years. Just to come to an end, there's a lot of potential from now on the future to develop the mining sector. What we call Group 1 are those projects that could start operating before 2025. The other projects or portfolios or pipelines that do not have starting date, but still that there are a lot of things to work on. And I won't stop into details, but basically they will a place to look for those resources for this amount of money. Of course, a lot of assumptions, a lot of work that can be discussed, but specifically, there is a huge opportunity to keep on growing, to develop mining projects that comes together with the joining other high productive sectors, and the potential to fill those gaps are there. This is the last slide. And you see the different booms we used to have, the guano or nitrate booms, how they finish. Those resources were not necessarily used appropriate. So I believe that mining still have lots of things to do. We still have lots of room for projects, but resources have to be used this time. I think we need to use them properly to fill those gaps. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias a los expositores, a los señores José Carlos de Pierola y Diego Macera por sus
Okay, thank you for your
presentaciones hoy sobre el tema
very
de
important presentations on closing the gaps.
Quería pedirles
I would like to ask you
para
to turn on your cameras for the final picture.
excelente. Buenísimo. Muchísimas gracias a todos.
Well, thank you very much to all of you.
Paola.
And Paola, you have the floor now.
Gracias y felicitaciones.
Thank
Les
you and
agradecemos
congratulations
muchísimo
to
por los aportes que nos
everyone
han
for
brindado, tan
their opinions
interesantes
that
y
were
tan
very
importante
interesting
tener
and so
espacios como
important
este evento
to have
para
spaces like
dialogar,
this
para compartir ideas
to
y
exchange
también
ideas and to
con la
exchange
idea de poder
experiences,
generar
where
una
to
agenda
generate
así
an
brillante
agenda for the
con
future
innovación, con
with
sostenibilidad.
innovation, with
Muchísimas gracias, señora
sustainability.
Andrea Boto
Thank
Bernal y
you,
los expositores
Andrea Boto Bernales, and the
por cada
speakers
conferencia.
for this
Lastimosamente nos
outstanding
ha quedado breve
presentation.
el tiempo
And again, we are
a
running
los
out of
organizadores del
time.
evento para que tengan
Each one of the
más
blog
para conversar, para
future
dialogar
events, because there is a lot and to reach agreements.
agradecer a los
We would
aliados
like to thank
estratégicos por
our
su
strategic allies that are accompanying
esta
us
segunda convención
in this second
agrominera
convention
Agromin,
of
plataforma
Agromin
virtual.
virtual
Queremos
platform.
agradecerles a
We
la
would like
Asociación
to
de
thank
Pequeños Productores
the
Agrarios
Association of
Agrícolas,
the
a la
Producers
Asociación
de
Peruana
Agap
de Riego y Drenaje Agri Chile, a
for Agri
Mautas
Chile,
Mineros,
a
Autoridad
Mautas
Nacional
Mineros,
del Agua
National
Andina,
Water
Cámara de
Authority,
Comercio
Chamber
Perú-Australia,
of
Cámara
Commerce
de
Peru,
Comercio
Australia,
Perú-Sudafricana,
Chamber of Commerce
Citepaco,
Peru, South Africa, Citepaco
Traunquil,
Foundation,
Instituto
Traunquil,
Geológico, Minero
the
Geológico, INGEMET,
Geological
el
Institute
Instituto
in
Geoestar,
Gemet,
la
the
ONG
Third
Futuro
Institute
Sostenible,
NGO,
el Ministerio
Sustainable
de
Future,
Agricultura y
Ministry of
Riego, la
Agriculture and
Sociedad Geográfica
Irrigation,
de Lima
the
y
Geographic
Women's
Society
CEO
of
Perú.
Lima,
A todos
Women's
ellos queremos
CEO Peru.
agradecerles por
Thank you
ser nuestros
for being
aliados
our
estratégicos en
strategic
esta
allies
segunda
in
edición.
this
Y ahora
ceremony.
sí,
Now
continuando,
we will
vamos a pasar
continue.
al
We're
tercer
going to
bloque.
move to the
Es un
third
tema
block
muy
with a
delicado que se
topic
ha
that is
hablado
very sensitive.
muchísimo, bueno,
A
siempre
lot
se
has
habla, pero
been
en
said
este
about it,
último
that
tiempo se ha
in
hablado
these recent
muchísimo,
times,
como es el
a
uso
lot
del
has been
cánomo.
mentioned
Va
about
a
the
liderar
use of
este bloque el
canon.
ingeniero Rómulo Mucho, presidente
Ingeniero
de la
Muramucho will
Asociación
be the leader
Agrominera
of this
del
block.
Perú.
He's the
Ingeniero
president of
Mucho,
Agromin.
lo
Ingeniero
invitamos
Mucho, you have the floor.
entonces para que pueda acompañarnos nuevamente y
So you
liderar este bloque
join us
de un
again
tema, bueno,
to
que
lead
usted
this blog
conoce
of a topic
muchísimo
of which
y los
you
expositores que
have
nos
a
van a
lot of
acompañar
knowledge.
también un
And
tema
the
sumamente
speakers
delicado.
that
Les
will
cedo
make
la
the
palabra.
presentation, this is a very interesting subject. Thank you, Paula Fernanda.
Está saliendo realmente el evento como lo esperábamos.
Well, the event is progressing as we expected, and we are trying to cover all the information about what we need to know to make progress as a country. We have agriculture and mining. These activities create other strengths of economic, infrastructure, trade, integration, also within the framework of the Sustainable Development Goals, circular economy, the reduction of natural disasters. We have good agriculture and good mining. Well, this is important for all the generations. This morning, we're going to talk about the use of the canon. Canon is a tool that does not exist in other countries. Canon is part of the income tax paid by the companies, 50%. In mining, there was only one canon that was 30%. I was the president of the Commission of Energy and Mines at the Congress. Allow me to tell you the story. There were like 6 drafts for the bills. There were projects supported by the mayor of Cusco. And my work was to reach a consensus and to ask all the institutions involved in the topic, to the mayors that were near the mine sites. We also asked the universities, also the National Society of Oil and Mining. We also NGOs. It was really very, very hard work. It involved many meetings. So we reviewed the document for a project of law, and the defense was presented in front of the full Congressmen, showing the foundations, the cost benefit, and because we were taking money from the economy ministry, they were opposed to that. We had to work very hard. And then the Congress approved that. It was the last law that was signed by President Paniagua before he left power. It was the last law, 27,506. But that law did not only consider the mining canon, but also the gas canon, canon to the forest activity, canon to hydroelectricity for hydroelectrical plants, the energy canon we call it. But we're going to talk about the mine on gas, and the gas canon represented Cusco would be benefited with significant income. So this morning, we have a speaker, that Patricia Gamba, for 25 minutes. She is from Colombia. She has experience in management and planning of design of policies for the mining and energy sector in Colombia with GUSI, and she was the technical secretary of INTI. INTI was created. It is a mechanism created by the first minister in Britain. Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative. In Colombia, she has been a spokesperson of the mining sector. And we have our good friend, Jose Ignacio Beteta. He's a Peruvian who's working very, very hard to teach and to disseminate knowledge, to open the eyes to the Peruvians. Jose Ignacio, he's graduated in humanities with mention history, the Catholic University of Peru, and he has an MBA in public management, a master in public management in Catalonia University. He was a teacher for more than 9 years, and he's working in non-profit organizations and teams focused on the teaching, to implement, to improve the quality of. He's a collaborator of several institutions, and he has been invited to national and international events. He is the president of the Peruvian Taxpayers Association. Okay, well, we have 2 specialists this morning that will help us to find why canon didn't work. resources that entered to close the gaps in the somehow, with some exceptions, the people are still waiting to see when development will arrive, when water, energy, progress will reach their populations. There are many question marks. And it was not a problem of money. It is the failures that took place. So we're going to give the floor to Patricia Gamba. You have the floor now. Thank you. Can you hear me well? Yes. Thank you. I am sharing my screen. Can you see it? Okay. Well, I would like to especially thank the organization of Agromin for this invitation. This exercise and this space allows us to communicate, to share experiences, and also to favor the understanding of our activities and the relationship with the communities and citizens. Thank you. And I will begin this presentation. We see that canon and royalties are the allies for the development of communities. In this context, I have to present this where we see that all the natural resources of a country, like petroleum, gas, metals, and ores, belong to the citizens, and therefore they should contribute to the growth in the economic aspect and to social development. Is that a perception or a reality? For some time, the mining energy sector started having more situations of resistance. This is an example last week where the news state that the mayors felt they have been cheated. There is a lack of understanding of what is happening, what could happen around the mining project. There is a lot of uncertainty by the citizens. And as the previous panel member said, the territorial approach and what happens in the territory could be an opportunity. In that context, we understand that everything that happens in the territories, all these projects can become material if we make a good use of the information and of the media and with conversation with the communities in order to minimize these gaps, not only in terms of benefits, economic benefits, but also the perception about the projects. I think that we are facing the illusion of perceptions. How can we overcome a negative perception to make it more connected to the real context? Well, we see that today there is a disconnection between the mining, the products of mining origin is not only gold, but there are many products that improve the quality of life of all of us, of the society as a whole. But the question is how the mining activity in the generation can bring negative effects in the extraction process. We see that we have negative and positive impact. How can we balance this? And to look at this with objectivity. We need to be objective. It is not that because the mining activity strengthens, but that doesn't justify the negative process. How can we draw this public? Well, providing them the information. The information should have some attributes, reliable source that can be verified. In this context, we feel a little trapped today because there is a lot of information. The information travels faster than what an individual could analyze. We have a lot of information. We don't have time to think whether it is real information. So any process, any productive process in the territory has to start from the scratch, talking to the local entities to start generating a process of understanding. What does it mean to belong to a transparency initiative? Our countries, Colombia and Peru, are adhering to the initiative of transparency, AT, which is a place to show information and data. These are parameters with a standard of internal and external policies of the countries and involve all the stakeholders. We have the participation, active participation of civil society representatives of the government, national or local governments, and also from the companies present in the country to have the benefits for the implementation. We see that relations are built because now people will have an informed dialogue on the industry with diverse stakeholders. We need to improve the trust among the groups of interest because of fostering the culture to report. Well, sometimes people think it's easier to report data, but when we integrate these reports, we need the active participation of the stakeholders. We can see that we are building more trust because people start checking the information. It is important to analyze the amount of payments that the companies make and how this income is received by government. The ideal in all cases is that as a citizen, whatever you pay, the government has to receive it. But there are some cases where this does not happen, and this is a group that will respond with the participation of companies and civil society and stakeholders to see what is happening. At the end of this data situation, we see that we can improve the perception and reputation of the sector through the use of the best practices, closing the gap where there is a big field for corruption. So we can improve the perception and reputation. To summarize, using all these variables and procedures, we aim at materializing the benefits, economic and social benefits for all citizens. What was the process in Colombia? Colombia has a history in the implementation of AT, and we see there is a step to the international, which is a little restricted. We are evolving, but that is not so simple. What happens? Some opportunities where the commitment country in the transparency. In Colombia, We have a positioning internally at the level of country. There are policies for the participation, and there is a generation at territorial level. That would be the starting point and the opportunities that we want to maximize. Well, the Colombian ecosystem can add to other processes. There is a country commitment for transparency and best practices, and there is the interest of the citizens to learn about the sector and to follow up or monitor the incomes and use of the resources. So we should focus the work of with communities in the territories impacted. On the other hand, we also find in Colombia that this process has some weaknesses and some threats. Among the weaknesses, we find the technical and financial limitations to support the development and the conformation of multi-participation at the local level. That is to have the groups of companies and governments at local level. Sometimes they discuss the generation of resources or policies. Another weakness is that the information systems are still not integrated. There are territorial entities like the municipalities that have the information, and among the threats, there is little interest in topics of monitoring and public debate needs. That is when we have more problems of public order or access to water. These two needs come before the needs of follow-up and monitoring of the public debates. On the other hand, there is a constant change of the government representatives in the public administration, which also sometimes stops the process. And in the local, for the Colombian context, there are topics of corruption. This makes us think how we should look at these processes so the citizens can feel more relaxed to talk about this or to analyze these topics. How can we foster the conditions of development that are based on the extractive industry with a value promise? We have data and information. We don't have them. We need information to communicate to others. That is the starting point, and that is the communication channel that will facilitate the relationship, the understanding, and the communication with those groups that are in opposition also, not only with those that are our allies. The dissemination and the review, when we start presenting the data and information, today our countries have analyzed the payments vis-a-vis the income receipt. However, we still have a lot to do there to look at the use of whatever has been collected. Well, the corporate managers have provided the public minutes, and we can make a follow-up on what's paid, what resources were given, what has been done, has there been a good supervision and a good monitoring? And finally, with the data and with the dissemination and analysis, we have to reach to dialogue spaces to know and recognize the stakeholders, their positions and their interests. And then this will allow us to generate proposals of value to improve the life quality of the citizens. This is not only the idea to generate benefits, but what we need is to get the participation of the public entities and the citizens in that area, because based on that, we will be building relationships that are reliable and lasting among the parties. As Diego said, there are opportunities, and we have to consider other opportunities that can be materialized. When we saw this project, we started to use data and information with correct information. Our goal is to improve the life quality of the citizens, and this can be done by improving their active participation, fostering the spaces for a real participation. How do we improve that participation? Today, we can go to a place, we have to tell them, and that is not enough. We need to have a teaching space and a capacity building space in these territories. For example, by taking into account the social and cultural realities, the language, the local institutional architecture, and then we can transfer knowledge that are appropriate in the scope at the subnational level, according to that specific territory. Here there are some ideas. Strengthen the capacity building in the population by using digital tools. A high portion of the population do not have access to the digital tools. Also, we have to teach about the information supplied for decision making. We need to have permanent workshops for training in the topics of interest of that specific territory to incentivize the participation of rural leaders, especially young people and women. The gender topic is in fashion now, so the idea would be to strengthen the community leaders, including young people and women, with an institutional accompaniment. And we found that the groups of women have interest more inclined to of family care and of health and education, whereas the interests of men are more focused on infrastructure, that their economic activity won't be affected. Women give that different approach between taking care of family and health. And this is something that affects them directly, because if one of the family members cannot go to school or is sick, they have to access other dynamics to find a balance in the economic income. And that is the indication, to have a representative of groups of women that will enable that conversation to be more complete. Finally, to use the written media like radio broadcasting and the meetings. That's very important in order to start making the monitoring of the communities. However, although we have gone through this process more than 5 years, we still have opportunities for improvement. Well, what is still out there? The lack of clarity about the value chain of the industry. We still need to understand how the contracts are made, what is the volume of production, the payments at the level of enterprises. What are the participation spaces? Because this implies visits, traveling, etc. The access to data has improved, but we still need that the data will provide information. This is serious because sometimes we don't know what to do with some data. We need to complement the data Well, that's it. As I was saying before, the information systems are not efficient in real time. Either they do not exist or the ones that are out there are not complete. So when we visit several territories, like 2 years back, something that generates resistance in the conversation is because they are not aware of what is happening because of the lack of the systems. And there is a lack of political will to provide the information. There's no traceability in the management of resources when they are public resources. We still have to work on that. And 120%, I guess, for the data to be useful, you need a framework of trust and also of knowledge. And to the extent that ET is consolidated, there are new challenges of information of all kinds. Today, we have people who are not knowledgeable, so they don't know anything in a radical way. We have people who lack information, so new challenges arise. Just to finish, I don't know how I'm doing in time. Well, I only have 5 minutes. The world is rather polarized. Today we have, or we see that we are placing mining against agriculture, against water, against the energy transition. That is why this conversation today requires to have information that will enable us to recognize the complementarity of mining resources in our daily life. This means to understand the problem. This is not black and white, but we need to have dialogue and to see how we are living in this rather polarized world. And this implies to be a more active part in this conversation, to work in a coordinated way to integrate the processes of monitoring of the extractive industry. This is indispensable because at the end of the day, we receive work given to the resources that were collected from the extractive industry. It is important to participate in the investment of public resources, strengthening the monitoring to the use of the canon and the royalties, and to know what type of benefit is the rural population receiving. And the rural population should be part of this conversation, including young people and women at the same time, to have an intergenerational knowledge in those spaces. We always should say that this is a process for information and formation. So I think with this I finish. I hope it will be useful to you. Thank you very much.
Siempre valioso conocer cómo funciona, para qué sirve todas estas iniciativas que tratan.
It is important to get to know all these different initiatives that show transparency and socialize all the different benefits that will come through the uses of the benefits of commodity benefits and how that could help to positively impact the different communities. Now I'll give the floor to José Ignacio Beteta.
Audio, por favor.
Hola, ¿cómo están?
Excelente. Bien.
¿Se me escucha? ¿Qué tal?
Now
Bueno,
I think you can hear me. Thank you, Romulo. I will try to be brief. I'll try to talk 15, 20 minutes so that we can keep time track, especially on the topic of the session, to see whether that could be also useful for these reflections. Thank you, Agromin and Romulo, for the invitation and for introduction as well. I'm very pleased and happy to be with you sharing some of the ideas. First of all, my name is Jose Ignacio Beteta. I'm member of the specific tax payers association. It forces oversight the different regulations so that we can stop the burden of taxes. There are several ways of paying taxes. The official taxes that we pay, direct taxes we pay, the bureaucracy and the extra permits, paperwork, which are also tax laws. So somehow they are also taxes. So we will assess how the government spends the tax money, but it also surveys through regulation. There's no constraints and limitations to the economic activities. The private sector is the driver providing benefits to all families. The government does not create resources itself. Sometimes they spend money that is not necessarily theirs, but ours. And this is something that has to be quite clear because we need to have more ownership in the sense that we need to understand that the government is there to serve the citizen and not otherwise. This is our goal. Therefore, we are oversighting how the regional government, the minister, the director of specific office, minister, or any project office is using the taxpayers' money. The government does not create, does not produce, it simply spends the money. It's tough to hear, and sometimes reality is hard. Eh, I'll now talk about the several contributions of the mining tax. I would probably just go a little bit towards a different direction, but I just want to share with you some of the official figures of 2020, 2019, 2020, but that are still valid at these times. I want to make you understand why is it so important, private sector contributions, so for the support of the government, and this money should be better spent by the government, by all the different agencies working with those budgetary resources. I got these values from May last year. 700 businesses are paying 60% of the TAV, basically 600 companies paid this tax. You have 65% of the whole collection. So look at the concentration in just few hands of these 80 companies have paid 22 billion soles, only 80. 60% of the income tax was paid by the first 10 mining and hydrocarbon companies. So 10 companies only paid that tax. And of course, 80% of the GDP is coming from private investment. 30% of the transaction tax is also coming from huge financial service sector. In the past years, this is up till 2019, as I said. In south, the southern regions listed in here, Puno, Arequipa, Moquegua, Tacna, and Apurímac get, not Arequipa, Apurímac, sorry, it received 3,400,000 soles in mining tax. So far, which is the first conclusion? Any government, any politician, leader who go against the private sector, that behaves against, no matter whether it is SME, a micro company, or a large one, you're actually hitting exactly that hand that gives you eggs, that cow that provides you with milk, and we cannot just simply leave like that, with that sort of mindset, an anti-business mindset that has been promoted by certain ideological sectors that want to um, be part of the power that is currently under power. So those attacking mining and different businesses are now in power, and let's see how they manage resources. Government is complex. They are good officials for sure, but the whole bureaucracy and paperwork does not allow them to work good. Now there's a chance for those who attack the industries for so many years to be in power. Highlighted the importance of the private sector. I was asked to talk about the canon. We've been working already for many years, since the very beginning of the 90s, when we saw the extension of this company presence. So we had a regulation of this, a systematized work, and we had and require certain reforms that I'll be mentioning briefly soon. How are we doing? We need more formality, we need less informality. So this is one of the things. And
And that they are more forced to pay. The second conclusion is that how are we today? Today, the budget of the state exceeds 200 billion soles, 15% of the GDP. So the state is costing us almost 25% of the GDP. This should get our attention. But these 200 billion soles, according to the controller's report last year, 15% is lost to corruption and 25% is returned. But it is not like $20,000 in 1 year. The money of the taxpayers is stolen in the local, regional governments every day with small braveries, with contractings. The micro corruption in the municipalities and in the provinces of the country is the corruption unfortunately of our institutional system. There are entities that return
25% comes back. Romulo and friends from Agromin, when the Minister of Economy said that he needs 12 million soles, that he doesn't have the money, that's a lie. And apologies for those officials who may be hearing But I don't think that's true. I think that's a lie. And taxpayers, it is within these huge, large paperwork created by different institutions. When you heard any official saying that the government is missing money, Jose Ignacio Beteta, you could say that's wrong and it is a lie because 60% or more will go specifically with paying the payroll. Yes, if you want more officials, more servants, we can spend more money through that. But we do not need that. We are just simply spending wrong those resources. And I will show you this, like 75% more or less goes on specific payroll. The rest, the 30% should be normally used by infrastructure, sanitation, all these different projects. For that 30%, 60% is executed and the rest is just coming back. So we have a very efficient government paying payrolls, but it is pretty slow to spend money that should actually go on sanitation, on safety, on connectivity, training for police forces, for law enforcement, you have water, electricity. There's no money for that. That money is not spent. We have more poverty, more informality, and even lots of different intermediate groups of NGOs, of unions, of leaders at the rural areas that are quite aggressive towards the system. And the state is signing up agreements, not with the population, but with these intermediate groups. Another conclusion, we are experiencing instability. Quite a complex scenario. Few Peruvians and businesses are paying taxes. We have a complicated, bureaucratic, precarious state that is not actually does its job. Let's have a look at the mining tax now, what we call canon. So normally you will feel that money should be spent properly. If you're at home, every cent counts, isn't it? You at house, you will be looking for all the different coins and money and save those to spend them properly, isn't it? What happened? What has happened with the mining tax? Our association of taxpayers have gone through an analysis and search for each of the data points and inputs in different regional governments. We did it with the oil and petrol taxes resources, and I will give you some examples. Tacna from 2017 to 2019. We present this specific slide in Tacna, but basically it received 870 million soles only Tacna and royalties and mining tax money per year, and only in the past 3 years have received 557 million soles. Tacna, and just have a look at how it is divided by projects. If we talk about the average of these investment projects, these projects will not get up to more than 463 million soles, but you will say, that's a lot of money. No, no, it's not. The projects that are needed in different regions, let's say roads, bridges, equipment needed, does not cost 463,000. They mostly cost more. 60% of those projects get less than 80,000 soles. What do you do with this amount of money? You will probably hire consultants. You will have gas employees, which you'll spend on gas and minor expenses, but not necessarily huge, large projects for the community. This is not a project. This cannot even be called a project as such. No NGO, no project specialist will tell you that the project will cost 8,000, 80,000 soles. That's not an investment project. So do you have a strong focus on the way we spend money? So you spend few resources in lots of different projects. That's not efficient. Pura, let's have a look at it. Pura received 1 million soles. In the case of Pura, is the oil tax. Let's have a look at this data. Out of those million, they were paid normally for projects that had a specific technical file that could go through an audit, through a supervision. Nevertheless, 43%, so 451 million soles were spent in those projects, nothing, I mean, projects that do not have any sort of allocation, they were just simply spent. So you spent 451 million of soles that were not allocated directly to a project. 405 one. That's a lot of money. So no project was allocated to this amount of money. Where was this money goes? Just God knows. The same applies for Loreto. From all the different procurement for services specifically, 250 million are only just for hiring people under the cash regime. So it is even harder to know what exactly they were working for. We couldn't know exactly what was the purpose of that specific hiring. Temporary services for the government is just like an informal internal employee within the government. I think so. In Loreto, that amount of money went only for contracting. Apurimac, again, the third area that spent the most, 15%, 88 million of soles. Apurimac is probably one of the regions that less basic services, water services. Education only got 50% of resources. I could keep on listing some other examples. Moquegua, from the 839 projects, only 125 received more than a million of soles. Again, only 15% of them. 85% of these other projects, of those 839 projects, so 700 projects more or less, were projects. What relevant type of service could you ask for if you have, like in the case of Tacna, what type of relevant work can you expect with such few amount of money? Moquegua, Arequipa again. 2,200 works with the money tax resources. Nevertheless, you have 13% atomization again. If we simply focus on Arequipa, data are complex. 1,700,000 soles. 68% had a project allocated to it. 32%, no project at all. So money just flow through somewhere. And again, 261 millions. You're talking about 600, 700 of those specific non-project allocated services were basically for public maintenance, say parks, gardens. So is it right to use the resources of the canon to water the park or to fill the fuel for a municipality vehicle? You have 58% of the money went to other different projects that are not necessarily public investment projects. If you go through the different details, and we have information on our website, normally 20 to 25% goes exactly to current expenditures, basically payroll, and of course, there's a lot of things we can blame for. The municipalities, regional governments do not have accountability. Nobody's asking for accountability to them. The controllership could assess, but cannot actually manage. So it is quite interesting. They can oversight canon, but they cannot. So it is contradictory as such. So it is just it's not binding. They can recommend, but it is not mandatory. And if they suggest something, it is not mandatory. Again, it's not binding. So in the case of canon, specifically on oil and mining, all this applies to this too. You need to have some specific mechanisms for savings. We have been asking in our association for so many years, and Romulo knows this quite well. We were asking for a fund, the creation of a specific fund, a warranty fund, intangible fund, where you could have the resources of the canon, so that a percentage of that canon could go to this specific fund, so that it is allocated proportionally and smartly based on the prices and the fluctuation of those. You know, commodity prices and oil prices vary significantly. So you will have more canon and there are others there's less canon. So you need to create some stability and not just simply share the money with no reasoning behind. This happens everywhere in many countries. Number two, people need to know where that money is coming from for those projects, initiatives. We need to make a difference between ordinary resources and the canon resources. The municipality received MEF resources, canon, also from the MEF, but canon, and that's all in one same package, and they would just get on consultancies, gas, and all these different things. It has to be divided, it has to be oversight with different mechanisms, with different tools, because this is money coming from the extractive activities in the area, and the people should know, have to know where that money is coming from. Those are not ordinary resources. That's exactly the mining company resources, because that will help that relationship between the mining company and the population gets better, because it's just a right. It's a right to the extractive industries. The population know that their money, the money that they have paid, is used and managed by the governor, by the mayor. And third, and I will finish with this specific point, we need to also look at strengthening local. You have thousands of small districts. Local municipal collection systems is craziness, but it cannot be possible that districts in Peru live from canon only. Every district have to pay taxes, some sort of payment to households, some sort of payment. Each Peruvian has to pay some sort of tax so that municipalities can have an agreement. Of course, you need to have a social contract, a contract between the municipality and the people. Money are coming from the sources, and in some districts, you are not paying anything, any taxes at all. So you don't know exactly where the money is coming from. And since it's not yours, you do not care. And public officers do whatever they want to do with it. You need to create a fund for sure. For those specific resources, you need to define, reflect on that, so that you have a specific buffer, a stabilization fund. You don't need to allocate money by just giving away money to the municipalities as they were millionaires. You need to improve also the whole allocation of those resources per project, per topic. That has to be improved. Number three, you need to use a different mechanism of oversight for those specific resources, so that mining extractive companies get the benefit of reputational brand improvement, so that the people know that that's their resources, And of course, local collection has to be improved. District mayor cannot just simply uses money from the mining tax to fill up their fuel. The law states that money has to be used for productive infrastructure, public services projects, and this is not happening so far. Thank you. Great, thank you. Thank you, Jose Ignacio. Brilliant. I think it has been quite an interesting presentation to reflect on all these topics. I think we've been discussing a lot of these different topics on what to do, how do we help to improve. And it is not just simply the issue of money, as you said, it is not an issue of money. Peru has money. But again, we still see some scarcities, we still have those gaps, and maybe years, 5, 10 years will pass, and we will keep on asking, what have we done with the money? And they will be adding and adding more value and zeros to this whole process. So we believe that this was such an important topic to discuss. Definitely, transparency in the understanding of mechanisms to try to connect with people. I saw a presentation of this association in Apurímac that I like a lot. And I remember you were showing the numbers and figures at that time. And I remember when you talk about Arequipa. And of course, we have time constraints, but still, it's just one simple case. So how much money at the end collected goes to those wrong places where that should not be spent? And exactly when the canon should be used to improve the quality of life of people. That's the aim of this. But what does that exactly mean? Basic services, filling the gaps, good schools, good healthcare centers, basic services for the population, and lots of people. When you go, for instance, to visit them, you see the municipalities look like palaces, huge, big palaces made out of glass. And you have next to them small rural houses or these huge coliseums, huge entertainment spaces that they say, yeah, modernity is here, but there's no water, no drinking water, no sewage, no electricity. So, yeah. We need to rethink on these huge structural failures. If not, we could stay the same. Even now, when we have a government that does not necessarily believe on investments, and it is so hard to understand what will be the path they will follow. So, Jose Ignacio, with Mala, we already experienced what will happen if those policies continue. Of course, while we're taking care of the environment, it's always too strict, too strong. Surveillance is way too strong, and we may probably be in a very different reality. I think yesterday I said that by 2011 or so, I said that we should be almost there, close to the first wall. Of course, I think even we grow, we grew 1 or 2%, and we got higher and higher, and we got even 2%. So how many points have we lost? So how much does it mean? How much does 12 points mean? And as you said, corruption laws. I think it was 15% in 2019, 23 million soles, more or less. But by 2020, I believe it is more because the controllership just mentioned on the findings, only the findings. They say 22,000 soles, where I believe I'm myself as an engineer, it may be probably more than that. In the past 6 years, it is around 50%, and probably getting up to 90 million of soles that went to corruption. What we were able to do with those resources. Anyway, we'll be finishing this session, the morning session. We are grateful to our sponsors, to panel members and speakers. Patricia Gamba, thank you. Thank you for sharing your knowledge, your experience, your recommendations. I was in Colombia several times, and I went to Fair Colombia and other different activities. And Jose Ignacio, thank you. You just make us reflect a lot on this specific condition and on values and numbers that you share with us. Thank you. Thank you. We need to keep on thinking how to better use the resources coming from the canon. Paula Fernanda, I'll give you the floor to finish this section. We will invite you to keep your cameras on, to the three of you, to this has been such a passionate topic. We could be probably talking all day long. We have heard so many proposals, and we were breaking down all these different ideas so that it is better to understand what the government is doing with those resources, what the bad taste because of the understanding of bad management of the resources. But it's important to show visibility to these specific numbers and to get to know them better so that we can try to reflect and try to create awareness to all different stakeholders so that we can improve and change the scenario. Thank you to all of you. Thank you, Engineer Mucho, for joining us as a moderator in this interesting section. We would like to thank to all of you who were part of the showrooms in IPESA and Ferreiros. Thank you. Thank you to all of you who attended these two sections. And we would like to invite you to sign up for the online visit of the Water and Land Museum at 4 p.m. But you need to register in order to attend this virtual museum visit. We also want you to visit all the different institutions that are part of the technological Agrominera Fair, Poderosa, Farm Import Ferreros, Ingemen, IPESA, La Perú, IRL, Ministry of Energy and Mining, Newmont Yanacocha, Sociedad Minera Cerro Verde, Saura en Perú, IGH Group, Mensur, the Embassy of the UK, the German Peruvian Chamber, Eurolec Peru, ADAS, the Irrigation and Drainage Association, IGRID, Wiscom Chile, Hadbay Peru, Citepapa, Others Peru, AGAP, which is the Agrarian Producer Association, IIMP, TechSoup, Pebo Contratistas, Paltarumi, SRK Consulting, Andes Association, ALAC, Museum, Water and Earth, MAT, Others Corporation, the Museum of the Potato and Biodiversity, Peru Lactea, Tecnova, CITE. You can visit them all. And this is break for lunch. So you can come and visit all these different alternatives in this second convention Agromin. We wait for you at 3 p.m. so that we can start on governance for reactivation, economic reactivation and new development for the country. See you at 3 p.m.